Hello, good morning. I'm here to drop in with you all for our second live for our fifth week of Panchakarma. And I thought we'd just do something a little bit different today. And I've been doing a lot of things different since we started this fifth week of the Panchakarma experience, which was all about switching things up and starting to move the energy in our lives in simple ways so we can start to build the light. And when we're talking about building the light, some people can put a real sort of dogmatic spiritual connotation on that. I'm going to look over at the comments here to make sure I don't miss anything that anybody brings in. But when we're talking about building the light in the concept that we're referring to here, we're talking about moving into the more active life force giving energy, which is the yang energy, the masculine energy. It's the creative force activated through the avenue. Okay, so we have to have a road, an opening clear for the creative force to move through to build the light in our lives, which is just the active life force energy. So we're not staying in a state of stagnancy or complacency. And if we're moving through heavy times, which we are, we know that we are in those last gasps of the age of the Kali Yuga, but we also have a lot of heavy astrology this month with Scorpio. And I'm going to be diving into that a lot more with some reads coming in just to support some of the different transits we're moving through. We also have Cal Garrison, Mother of the Sky, that's going to be coming on for a live on Tuesday. That's going to be going down at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And I had to do the math in my head. I'm like, is that right? Is that right? I think it's noon Mountain Time where Cal's at. And we're just going to drop in and we're going to talk about the Scorpio archetype. We're going to talk about the astrology in play at this time, the significance of Pluto. It's major, but not just Pluto, Mars as well. Both Mars and Pluto are Scorpio's rulers, but also we have Aries that is ruled by Mars. So that's really powerful at this point due to its North Node designation at this time. That's a direction we're all heading in terms of our North Node activation. And when we look at the North Node, it's not about you activating Aries as your North Node, but it's about you kind of imbibing a bit of that spirit, which when we're looking at Aries, we're looking at go-getter energy, the first out of the gate, the innovator, the one who's daring and bold enough to wield that fire and lead the charge. You know, that's what Aries does. They are the first sign in the zodiac, so they are the initiator. And so that's what we are being asked to do at this time when you want to look at it in terms of North Node astrology, how that relates to your personal path. We are looking at being called to initiate our North Node. Our North Node is like our North Star. It's our guiding light. It's that thing that we are meant to fulfill. It's the reason why we're here. It's your birthright. And usually, you know, it takes a lifetime of growth and alchemy work and refining and healing to get to this place where you can really truly step into that purpose you were born to fulfill. But we're being asked to do it in like double time right now. And we're being asked to do it in double time at a time when the energy is kind of heavy. You know, it's heavy, it's dark, it's uncertain. Nobody knows where things are heading. But here's the point that we really have to keep in mind, and that's that point of light that we are the creator. We're here to create this reality, and we have a responsibility within that. And so it's about taking this time this week to start to just get in touch with that, right? And carry it on through the weekend. If you have not had a chance to work with that yet, we were looking at just changing very simple things in our environment, moving 10 things every single day, right? Just doing a little something different every single day. You can apply that to habituation as well, okay? Every single day, just do 10 things differently than you've always done them. Switch up your habits. 10 things every day that you shift in the way you think about things or look at things. You know, when you have that automatic thought run through your head, or you start to find yourself going into that place where you're fixating on a certain situation or a certain problem you're facing, switch it up, change it up, do that 10 times, you know, in the day. And then socially, you know, who are you connecting with? Maybe connect with someone new, maybe reach out to somebody new, maybe say hello to somebody that you haven't said hello to before, or just look at how you're interacting, switch up how you interact 10 different ways every single day. It's amazing how much your life will change. And of course, when I was referring to that, I was referring to the 9 degrees Sabian symbol for Libra, which is 3 masters in an art gallery. And it's all about the masters being habituation, socialization, and your mentality. Okay. So while we've been looking at it from a Panchakarma perspective of moving 10 things in our environment, you can apply it to every area of life and it will have a really powerful result. And I'll tell you, I've been working with this. And it's amazing how much things have been shifting in my life. And I'd love to hear your experiences for those of you who have been working with this yourself. And even if you can't make the live, dropping in on the replay, on the comments, just bringing your voice and sharing your experience. I'd like to get a conversation going around this because I think a lot of people tend to feel very hopeless at this time. They just feel like they're at the sway of the way things are going, the track that life is heading down as a whole for all of humanity. But we don't understand that, we're the ones who can change that course. We don't have to just go along for the ride. Like, you can become, the captain of this ship in your own life. And we are a great ship made of many vessels, right? And even within our own bodies, it's like we're this great ship, and inside we have many different vessels. And those vessels, they have cellular memory. There's this programming that's within us. It's encoded within our DNA and our biology. But that biology also shifts. Like every 90 days, you can get a complete reboot. Now, you can let it just sort of happen in an habitual sort of way by just kind of doing the same things you've always done. Or you can totally reprogram that biology. And if you reprogram your biology, what you are emitting changes, your whole frequency changes, and thereby you change your whole reality. So certainly this can happen physically. 90 days, you can have a radical transformation in your health. Everything can completely shift. Your physical appearance can be completely different in 90 days. That's what you have the opportunity to do. Honestly, it's like you get a whole new clean slate to work with, right? But if you continue to stay kind of locked in habituation in terms of your daily habits, in terms of your social life, how you engage socially, how you're bringing yourself forward in the world, what you take in socially, what kind of connections you have, what you're nourishing in your life. And beyond that, looking at your mentality. What are you thinking? How do you look at things? What are the thoughts that are running through your head? Do you even bother to pay attention? Are you conscious? Are you conscious of your thoughts? Are you conscious of the thoughts you speak into existence? So when we look at those 3 areas, we overcome that challenging aspect we have that got launched with the full moon lunar eclipse, that hunter's moon that was in Taurus at 5 degrees. And that was a Sabian symbol of a widow standing over an open grave. So we're looking at really unpacking the grief, really unpacking the heaviness. And it's very much in harmony with the cycles that we're in right now with VATA season. VATA season is a time of letting go. It is a time of sensitivity. It is a time of being aware of more of the subtle current in life and getting in tune with your spirituality and just going into those inner spaces and just seeing what's there. But also being mindful of really tending to the nervous system, okay? And supporting yourself as you go through this kind of process, which requires a lot of grounding, a lot of nourishing. That's funny. I want to say kind of like nourishing and nourishing. Still did it. Oh, maybe it's a new word. Nourishing and nurturing combined. Okay. Now I can't even repeat what I said. I'm going to have to listen to hear the new words. I think that kind of came through, first of all, just because I do have a nervous system condition. It's not something I really talk about. And it's a lot that I don't want to label necessarily because I don't want to take it on, all right? But I have, so they say I have a nervous system disorder where it's like my immune system's attacking my nervous system. And they feel that could be connected to something in the endocrine system. They've labeled it with different kinds of pretty established disorders, one in particular that I've been working on addressing. So sometimes you might hear me also, like you might hear a little slur, or I might miss a word or something like that. That is related to the situation I'm dealing with. It's related to my health condition. So it's something I need to be very mindful of making sure that I'm giving my nervous system nourishing and nurturing, that, I'm nourishing with those wet, warm, warm spices, lots of nice enzymatic activity, but also good quality oils, EFAs, essential fatty acids, root veggies, just that real grounding food. It's so important. And I feel like really called to bring this in terms of the nervous system, just since we're touching on this momentarily. And I've noticed that the more we're heading into this terrain, into this season, I'm even just in standard like tarot read drop-ins, I'm getting a lot around paying attention to how you're feeding your body, making sure that you're nourishing yourself and that it's nurturing, that you're really combining these two things, and that you're aware of this, with the nervous system being at the forefront. I think there's a lot of stress in the world today. And when I talk to people and I drop in with people, and I got to connect with a good friend yesterday, which was just freaking awesome. Freaking awesome. My friend Bobby Joe Valentine was in town. He's an amazing musician. He recently got married, and he happened to be in the Detroit area, and he dropped in with me, and we had breakfast, and we had a real, like, it was like a soul food discussion, you know what I'm saying? And it was nice to just get a hug and just share that depth of connection. And I think this is what a lot of people are really hungering for at this time. It's what they're hungry for. So when we're looking in terms of nourishing or nurturing, it's not just something that comes from what we put in our bodies, but it's also the way we extend ourselves in the world, and that is reflective of what comes back to us. All right. So there's this piece of really being mindful of how important it is for us to tend to the vessel, all right, and all the many vessels that are inside, and to understand that we're just a great big sea of vessels all swimming together in this collective consciousness. And especially at this time, a lot of people are feeling really kind of like blown open, they're feeling extra sensitive, and that's natural. And I'll tell you why, because the more that you have like kind of a pressurized environment, or there's a state of tension in the world, the more your nervous system can get activated, the more you're worried about your stability, your security, your safety, which are things that everybody's going to be concerned about collectively in the entire world, because of just what's happening, the changes we're going through at this time, and the uncertainty of what lies ahead. It can really stress the nervous system. And as the nervous system becomes stressed, it can make your boundaries, your energetic boundaries, more permeable. Now, are we all one energy? Yes, we are. But at the same time, you have your own ego. You have your own, reality tunnel, let's say, of that consciousness that funnels through there. And that's the part of individuation that comes in. And so there's a need to not let the lines become so blurry that you don't remember to hold that piece that is your will, and your will, that you actively engage in the choice you make and how to run that energy, how to exercise that energy, as well as how to nourish, nurture, and preserve that energy. It's super important. And especially if you know that, you do have a health condition that you deal with, like me, you have a nervous system disorder, then there's something about that that you really want to pay attention to. You want to make sure that when times are more stressful, you're especially showing up for yourself, that you're especially giving yourself the nourishing and nurturing you need, the time and space you need to heal, to process things in your own way, and also to be mindful of having good energetic boundaries. So, You don't unwittingly take on what's not yours to carry, which is super easy to do. I mean, people form attachments all the time, and having this state of non-attachment is the best way to really move through the world. And it's also challenging, okay, because it really requires us to retrain our consciousness. And again, there's where the habituation comes in. There's this piece about really ensuring that you take the time to just stop, when you're feeling agitated, or when you're feeling distracted, or when you're feeling hopeless, or you feel like things are only going to get worse, or whatever you may be dealing with, to just take the time to stop in that moment and do whatever you can to build the light. And so I want to teach you a really simple, easy, clearing, what can I call it? It's a moment of meditation. It's just a little bite. It's just a bite of meditation, okay? It only takes a few seconds to do, and it's really potent. And it's something that I downloaded, and it's sort of emerging that came together for me from a dream that I had where I received a specific message, from my own guides, my spirit team, and it was a symbol. And I didn't really quite understand what the symbol meant, but more and more layers of the symbol are being revealed to me. Life's kind of like that. And especially when you're actively engaged on your path, things come through for you in such a way that you have one understanding of them at one point in your life. And then as time travels on, you grok a certain different meaning. You start to embody the archetypal imagery of it a little bit more. Archetypal imagery is so powerful, and just the way it can unlock the doorways of perception in our consciousness. And so I just wanted to share this with you because I really began to realize this is something I'm meant to share. And it's so easy. It's just such a simple way to clear what is called your hara line. Okay, so you have this line that's your chakra channel. It's like your lifeline. Okay, so it's so essential that you keep this clear. And also, it's so essential for the health of your body, for your vitality, for your energy, your nervous system health, to keep this nice and clear. And there's many ways that hara line can become fragmented, and there can be different degrees of dysfunction in the hara line as a result of that, going all the way to the furthest extent of, soul loss or psychic fragmentation. Okay, so think of your hara line as that which connects as above to below. It's what allows you to anchor that essence of I am, which is the collective consciousness, into you. All right, your little reality tunnel of how you express I am. All right, so everything that we do affects the greater whole. And ultimately, as we've discussed many times, macrocosm is reflected in microcosm. And so there's something about being very conscious of calling in this awareness, maybe at the start of your day. And so I want to share something with you. I am going to bring in a mantra, all right? And I don't expect you to learn this mantra, right off the bat, or even feel like you have to take it on as a practice. I will provide a link to a really beautiful kirtan of this mantra that you can play. This is coming in very strongly in relation to a card from the Yule tree that I have up. I've been pulling a white light oracle every single week that we've been going through this Panchakarma journey. And I hadn't pulled the white light oracle for this weekend. But yesterday it came through in a very serendipitous way. And I was in the living room and I heard something. It was just such a gentle sound. It just came through with the most like gentle whoosh. And I heard this little tap on the floor, and I didn't know what it was. And I turned and looked, and one of the white light oracles had come loose from the tree and then floated down to the ground. And it was the Lasya of Parvati. I just want you to look at this imagery here. Parvati is a form of Shakti, the creative form of Shakti. And there's a beautiful practice where you can really activate Parvati, this creative Shakti force, the feminine creative force, and allow it to build. And if you can open your road, okay, by being active in your life, and you've been working with these different building blocks that have been brought in with Panchakarma, and if you want to know about those courses and you haven't picked them up yet, these courses can serve you at all times, but especially they can serve you anytime you're going through stress, crisis, big life transitions, okay? They can also support you anytime that you are in the fall and winter season, okay? They can give you the support you need so you don't have to have, you know, disruptions in your quality of health or vitality at this time of year, or your mental state of being. And it's all based on the wisdom of Ayurveda. So I really hope you do allow yourself to receive it. And you can get them all for free. All the courses are for free. But right now we're working through the VATA course, which is Roots with Wings. And we're also working through Grace in Crisis, okay, which is also a VATA balancing course. So it's very appropriate at this time. And Vata is a very creative energy. It is the energy that leads all the other doshas. So again, this is this very mindful quality of working with this creative energy to move it into action. And these building blocks can help you anchor that. So you can find these courses at cobrasmedicinebag.com, and you can look under the all courses tag, and you will see there that there are plenty of courses to explore. There's a Kapha course, there's a Pitta course, and the 2 Vata oriented courses. So do indulge in that, okay? But there's this practice that you can do in the morning, and it involves looking at your hands, okay? Your hands cupped together like this. And this is very interesting. I love the cross-referencing, okay? Your hands brought together like so is called anjalis, 2 anjalis, okay? It is 2 handfuls. And they say that this is the appropriate amount of food, you know, consider like a rounded mound of food held within your 2 hands, that this is the appropriate amount of food to nourish your body with, because this references about the size, the capacity that your stomach can hold reasonably to feel nourished and supported. So I just want to bring this piece in for those of you who maybe feel that when you are stressed out or when you have a lot of tension, maybe you turn to comfort eating. A lot of people do. A lot of people stress eat and they don't even realize it. So this piece right here is a way to change something that is very habitual, right? Every day we need to wake up, we need to eat, we need to fuel our bodies, and we often do that on autopilot. Here in the States, you know, people do it while they're, you know, driving in their cars. They do it as they're running out the door. They do it mindlessly while they're on the computer surfing the web, or while they're, you know, watching TV, and they don't really connect with the experience. And so because they're not really connecting with the experience, it's really easy for them to kind of consume stuff that isn't really supporting them, making them feel their best, or even at the end of the day, tasting good. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you don't realize, because you're often consuming, when we eat foods like that, a lot of people tend to go for foods that are just like quick, easy to grab, processed foods, you know, stuff that's loaded with all kinds of additives and preservatives and chemicals. And these absolutely have an effect on our biology. And they are also, you know, kind of designed to make you crave more. There's a reason for that. So when you sort of switch things up, that's one powerful mode of habituation you can switch up this week, is to just kind of like press pause and say, you know what? I recognize I'm hungry, I need to eat, but I'm going to take just a few minutes and I'm going to sit down and bring in this mindfulness. You know, even this is a mindfulness, even just entering this practice. Let's say you're feeling depleted. What if you just started using this almost as a mudra, and you just put your two anjalis in front of you and thought, what is being called to be filled in this space? Okay, and there's a reason why I'm bringing it in like this. Okay, there's a reason why I'm bringing it in like this, and to be mindful of this for a moment. And certainly when you're eating your food, I have this space, I'm hungry, I have this space here, it needs to be filled. You know, what would really nourish this space? What would nurture this space right now? And getting in touch with your body and letting your body kind of guide that. And then just taking a moment to eat mindfully and be grateful that you have this food, you know, that you have this nourishment, and what a blessing that is. And, you know, some of us did grow up with this, right? We grew up with grace, saying grace at the table, being grateful for our food. And it's also a practice that translates across many different spiritual traditions. And you don't even have to have a spiritual tradition for it to have benefit for you, just to have this moment of higher consciousness where you don't just mindlessly eat, but you take a moment and go, wow, you know, I'm really fortunate to have this food and to be supported by the earth in this way. You know, Panchamama provides this food for me, you know, Gaia is giving me this food, like the earth itself is supporting me. And how often we neglect to really recognize that. We're so fragmented from that in a way that also can disrupt our hara line, right? Disrupt that connection from as above, so below. We get disconnected from the most simple forms of gratitude. And gratitude opens every door. I'm telling you, the more that you become conscious of this, the more that you recognize the ways that you are supported and the ways that you are blessed. And sometimes we lose the way with this because we get really stressed, or we get frustrated, or life seems like it's just one challenge after another. And so we stop feeling grateful. And when we stop feeling grateful, there's a saying on the path of the craft that I'll bring in at this point, that I really got from my fairy tradition. And that's that if we don't feed the gods, they can't feed us. You know, the gods need to be fed too. And so this is so essential to remember, that when you feed the gods, you're actually feeding yourself. It's all one energy. The gods are that I am that's activated through you, you know, and the more that you can remember this, the more you can be mindful of your habits. And is that connected to I am, or is that connected to you consciousness? Do you know what I'm saying? Because if you're feeling like you're not liking what you're seeing out there, and you feel like you're not happy with yourself, or you're stressed out, or you have low self-esteem, or you feel jealous or envious toward another, or you're in this over competitive space, or maybe you're feeling a lot of anger and rage, frustration, or you're not liking, you know, your environment. You're not liking your home. You're not liking your surroundings. You're not liking the people you're hanging out with. You feel frustrated with them. You're clashing. At some point, you need to start looking at where it might be necessary to decrease so you can increase what you want to really see. So first, there's also the looking at what's here. What is this? What is this being filled with right now? That's the habituation, and looking at all those different areas, mentally, socially, right? Environmentally, the daily habits, and then, you know, pouring some of that out. Because if something is full, and if it's full of something that is actually creating something that you're not able to connect with, or you're not able to resonate with, or it doesn't feel right to you, and yet you're wanting more, not only is that a quality of greed and ingratitude, okay, but it's also just not practical. This space is already full, and you are just one vessel, okay, so you can only hold so much. So where do you need to decrease, okay, where do you need to pour out? And that's very interesting. As I'm saying that, it's making me think of the star. And it's making me think of the two vessels, you know, that are being poured. Well, in the fairy deck that I got, which is the Paulina Tarot, she's pouring out two vessels, and there's one that's meant to be filled. And now I feel like I have to find this card so I can show you all. And I often, when I pull out this card, I always say, remember to, you know, allow one of those cups, you know, to face upward so it can be filled by the love that wants to come in. And so it's interesting because it's really reflecting what I'm bringing in here, how we need to be mindful of this. If we can fill, you know, if we dump out the old energy, right? Water has like an electromagnetic charge to it. It holds our memories. It holds the frequency. We know this. Your lymphatic system is what holds all your memories, all of the electrolytes in there. You know, there's an electric charge. It's a frequency. Everything is energetics. And so, you know, just like when you move your lymph, if you've had, you know, stagnant emotions, if things have felt stuck, if you haven't been able to cry, when you get some good exercise in and you move your lymph, all of a sudden, oh my gosh, I have emotional release. And that's because the water has memory. The water has memory, and you're full of water, okay? And you're also from source. And in order to have life, we need to have the water, right? And water has memory. And so there's this piece of remembering who you are. You are a vessel made of many vessels, right? You are a vessel made of many vessels. These vessels, the many vessels, are your cells, of course, as I was saying, but they're also you and you and you and you and you over there and you and every single being, every single sentient being in existence is one of those vessels that's also pouring through you at all times. And the only thing that really divides you from that consciousness is the ego, the you. So the you that separates you from I am. And so this piece is really important here about, yes, remember to pour out, okay, but you also have to remember that in the pouring out, you become full. Sometimes there has to be decrease to increase. Oh, where is it? Isn't this funny? Where is the star? Where? There it is. And I'm having a deja vu moment. Oh my gosh, this is such a deja vu moment. So I know right now, and I said the same thing back then when this happened. So buckle up because we're about to go through another wild ride. For those of you who are questing with the Cauldron of Dagda, I said this. It was right around June before we started all of this. I said the same freaking thing. The star had gone missing and we were trying to find the star. So I know, get ready. It's about to get wild again. Just be prepared for it, okay? And the best way you can prepare for it is to make space for it, all right? So here it is. The star. Notice how she has these vessels. Okay, so now I'm having a new understanding of this star, which is so potent. I'm seeing this star, first of all, as the North Node, the activation of the initiatory energy, that taking the step toward the destiny, which, just as a side note, is our last quest of this series. We'll have many, many series to come. This is only the beginning, okay? This is only the beginning. They're going to get deeper. They're going to go more out there. We're going to branch out. We're going to have side journeys over on Parlor Tricks, okay? So there's a lot coming in around this questing energy. And for me, it's all just downloaded, okay? This is something that for one reason or another wants to come in through me with what I'm sharing here. And I'm bringing in people that are actively role players. Like, these are people that this is something that they're really into. It's part of their life. I'm bringing Jenna Vincent on, and she's going to be sharing what role playing is for her. And I really look forward to that broadcast, just so you all can understand what role playing really is for those of you who are unfamiliar with it. All right, we're going to geek out together, and it's going to be a really good thing. But we're going to take it to a whole other level here, right? We're going to fuse it. It's like a fusion that we're going to be bringing in together. All right. And I'm really excited to co-create this space with all of you because that's what it is. It's becoming very aware that we are active co-creators of this space according to the roles that we choose to play. And all of life is a stage. It's a grand theater. Okay. So what do we want to create? What is the story that we want to tell? And what is our part in that? Right. Sometimes maybe you were playing a part and you're like, I don't like this part anymore. It doesn't fit me anymore. It doesn't fit my new understanding. It doesn't fit who I'm becoming. And so, okay, gonna release a little something for the homies. A little something for the homies. But I'm seeing these vessels now differently. I'm seeing this vessel is you, the ego, your role, okay, that you get to determine. That's where you have your creativity, okay? And then this is I am. And I am is that connection to all that is, to the many vessels that work through the vessel of you, that higher consciousness, the Atman, God, goddess. In the case of fairy, which I'm working within for the tradition of focus when we're doing the questing. I am bringing in other traditions as well because I do work cross-culturally, but the root of what we're working with the journey into the Tuatha De Danann is fairy, okay? I will bring in elements here and there on the community board that can help you all kind of tap into the sort of essence, the energy signature for those of you who have different ancestral roots but still want to work within fairy, but need to have something that can help you connect with the archetypal imagery in such a way that it'll resonate on a deeper level, which I'm bringing in some Greek stuff right now, some, you know, Greco-Roman stuff right now, and playing off the Titans energy. Clash of the Titans came in, okay? So I'm bringing in a little bit of this imagery. I did bring in one clip. I'll be bringing in more clips of that that will speak to sort of the energies you're moving through and just sort of see how they're playing out in your psychology, in your environment, etc. Okay? But here's the piece that I'm talking about here. You pour out, yes, but you can't just keep pouring, all right? Initially, you have to pour out. Maybe you really need to pour out right now. Maybe there's a lot you need to release as indicative of the frog medicine here. Frog medicine here is a shamanistic medicine, and it's about spiritual cleansing. And in fact, a lot of shamans, when they take you on journeying or they're doing really deep work with you, in order to kind of like snap you out of it, once it's done, they'll shock you and they'll just like throw cold water on you. That's one means. It's not always the means, but it is one means. To sort of like bring you back here. And it's something you're not expecting. It's out of the ordinary. And it's so physical, right? And so visceral. It's really felt, you know, through your physical body, that it can take you out of that kind of journey energy where you're sort of getting this interdimensional guidance or downloads or, you know, alignment. Okay. It's great to travel out there. It's great to explore out there, but we have to be super mindful of this, especially during VATA season when the nervous system can get really activated. That if you are not grounding yourself, this can be a major problem because you can wander off into the alfalfa. And then as you do that, you can have a hard time really harnessing your creative energy in an empowering way. And you can start to create messes in your life, and you can start to create complication in your life, and you can create division in your life and misunderstanding in your life. So again, this is about us being really mindful of how can we build the light, all right? Because with the star energy, also there's a moving through the darkness. The darkness is just the unknown. It's a birthplace of creative potentiality. And that's also what chaos is, okay? It's the unknown. Anything can happen, but we know it takes chaos to birth a star. It takes a little chaos to birth your North Star, your destiny. And once you go through the eye of the needle or the eye of the storm, and you pass through all that's swirling about you, which, how do you do that? Focus. Focus. How do you focus when everything feels a mess around you? You just got to come into the present. And the best way to do that is to begin with having awareness of your physical surroundings. So it may seem silly, you know, on the surface, oh, focus on moving 10 things in your environment. Like, what does it matter if I move this vase from that table over there to my bedside table? Try it and see. It's a meditation in motion. Moving 10 things is something that doesn't take much time at all. But if you tell yourself, while I'm moving these things, it's all I'm going to focus on, it becomes a meditation and it brings you very much in the present. And when you're at that point, then you can have this total alignment. Okay. So this is about being mindful of what you're filling your environment with. And if you're only focusing on what's happening here and you're not focusing on sort of like your higher awareness, your higher consciousness, which you can only activate that I am consciousness if you're present and you're focused and you're aware and you're not disconnected, then you continue to spill out. You continue to spill out. And none of that love and that support and that guidance and sort of getting on the same page where you can pull down that higher inspiration energy and see it manifest in your life in a creative, beautiful, supportive, empowering way that doesn't just nurture you. Remember, I am. You are one vessel that contains many vessels. You all are I am. How often do you say I am? That's you activating I am. You get what I'm saying? It's one energy that connects through all of us, and we're playing it out through the roles we choose to take on and how we play those roles. So this is an opportunity for you to move things in your environment. This is also an opportunity for you to move things psychologically, you know, clear out old thought patterns that no longer serve you. Get your brain working in a new way. Retrain those neural loops. How do you do that? You don't go on the loop. Hey, man, you know, the bus can pull up and you can choose to hop on it if you want. And then you can go on that same circuitous, you know, neural loop that you always do and tie yourself in psychological knots. And then your life stays a mess and you're confused and you don't know what to do and everything's stagnant. And then you feel overwhelmed and your home environment, you know, gets in disarray and you're not on top of your stuff and everything is just getting kind of complicated and muddled and confused. And you'll think that it's this, it's that and the other. And then you'll wonder, why isn't it changing? And you'll be like complaining to the gods about it, but they can't even get through because you're so full of you're so full of shit, right? You're so full of shit. How can any of the good stuff get in? So you got to flush it, man. Okay. And you have to look at, what am I filling this space with? All right. So this is what this work has been all about. And I love this because right behind the star here, we got the high priestess, right? A priestess makes all things sound. A priestess makes all things sound, or a priest makes all things sound. It don't matter. It's all the same energy. The magician makes all things sound, right? This means understanding that if you're holding a lot of heaviness, look at this pomegranate seeds, okay? Pomegranate imagery. You know, Persephone ate the pomegranate seeds so she could journey down to be with Hades, big Pluto energy, Pluto front and center right now. There's a wisdom that comes with that, but there's also the piece that must be remembered about that, all things in balance. Darkness, when all that is when darkness is all that's focused on, okay, then there is no creative life force energy. All right, then you wonder why things are stagnant or stuck, or they're not moving in the way they should, or your health is suffering, or you don't have the best thoughts. You know, maybe you deal with depression or anxiety. That is from an imbalance of the energies. The priestess in a traditional tarot deck, let's see if we can find her. I have a feeling there's going to be guidance that comes in this respect. Let's find her in this Glow in the dark tarot. Oh, yes, of course. I pick it up. What do we got right here? We got Chariot. Okay, moving forward. Again, exemplified here. All right. And many of you are solving some big riddle right now with the Sphinx energy. Sphinxes are about riddles. Okay. You can find the way through that will lead you forward if you solve the riddle. But the thing about the riddle, this is a little bit of tantra that's coming in. Okay. The thing about the riddle is that the riddle is something that you already know. It's within you, and it can only be solved by going within. It can't be solved without. You won't find the answers that unlock this riddle by looking outside of yourself. You can only find it by looking within. And once you solve this riddle by looking within, then you're able to activate it without. We're going to be moving into this energy a lot more when we start questing for the final jewel of the Tuatha De Danann, which is Liaibel, and it is the stone of destiny. And we're going to start working with a lot more active manifestation on this channel. Like, how do you actually move into that position of the magician of that Aries North node and truly be the alchemist and see your inspirations manifest in material reality? And how can you do that? Well, the key to unlocking that, that's the riddle. It can only be found within, all right? And only you know the way through that labyrinth. And so I feel like this is the kind of energy we're about to move into right now. Oh my, yes, it's coming in. That's what's coming in. That's what this month is about, okay? So it's so important when you spiral down into these inner spaces and you journey to sort of retrieve that key that unlocks that doorway that leads to that new reality tunnel, all right, where you can step through. Think of it as the activation of a portal that takes you from one dimension of experience and life to another dimension. Is that happening on another dimension? Yes, it is happening on another dimension. Are you living in that other dimension? No, you're living in 3D reality. That's what it means, as above, so below. People throw out ascension a lot, but they don't provide the building blocks and tools to really root it in material reality. So people misunderstand it. They have some grandiose fantasy of it, that it means like, woo, we fly off into this other dimension, and now we're all above, all of you karmics down here, and we have no connection to this. No. It means that your consciousness, the I am, you are accessing I am. Hello, Angela. Good to see you. Yay! I love that you're here for this one, because this is a good one. And I haven't even gotten into the meat of it yet, okay? So I got a big download that came in this morning, so I'm just writing it out. So I'm really happy to see you here. So when we're activating, you know, other dimensions, okay, when people say ascension, what they're really saying is, I am able to access the next dimension of I am, okay? I am being that one creative force that runs through all things. Some people call it God. Some people call it goddess. Some people call it great spirit. Some people call it ecstasis. Some people call it the Tao, okay? Some people call it ki energy, all right? Ki, C-H-I. You'll hear people say chi, but it's ki, okay? Ki energy. Isn't that interesting? You had the key all along. It's inside of you. But it's about you being able to activate it through you, the vessel, all right? That vessel of many vessels, all right? Because you contain all that I am. Do you understand? That means all of us are running I am. We're all the same energy. We're role playing. We're here role playing. And that's what the quests are about. They're to help us activate the acknowledgement, the realization of that. And we're going to do it in a creative, playful way. But make no doubt about it, what we're fusing together here with Panchakarma, with quests, with all of these energies coming together is the way to move into alchemy and to be the alchemist of your life and to step into your role as I am, as a creator, and manifest your destiny Absolutely. And it's operating through you at all times. So therefore, right, it's operating through you, but you do get to have a say about how that energy is expressed. So if you're looking around at your life and you feel like you're living in, I'll give you an example. You feel like you're living in poverty. You feel like you don't have support in your life. You feel like you don't have quality relationships in your life. That's because of the role you're playing. You don't have to stay in that state. All you have to do is change your role. And you can be playful with it. And it doesn't have to be a serious thing. It can be a beautiful thing. But you really have to embody it. You really have to be able to grok it. And that's what we're going to be bringing in when we quest for the final jewel of the 12th of Dodonic. We're going to be connecting with how do you practically do that? Because it's one thing to talk about these things. That's great. That's fantastic. But how do you actually make it happen? That's what we're going to be talking about. That's what we're going to be bringing in. And it's potent work, but it's very transformational work. And, you know, it's you that gets in the way of doing the work because of the attachment to identity and the attachment to your BS, okay, or your belief systems. I love that Robert Anton Wilson calls it BS because it is BS. That's all it is. It's all the same energy. It's up to you which window in the grid you want to look through. It's up to you what kind of reality tunnel you want to create for yourself. And that's why I'm creating kind of a separate channel, and I'm going to start getting really active on that channel for Parlor Tricks. Is going to have a lot more side quests and things that support people are really ready to move into that level of consciousness, okay? Because sometimes you have to ease into it. You can't just dive deep into it. Sometimes it's too destabilizing for people to move into that more kind of Discordian mindset, which is just, okay, I'm blasted wide open. Like, let's play with it. And even when you're moving through the heaviness of it or the sharp edges of it, you can still play with it. And it doesn't have to cut you. Do you understand? You know, there's a way to be a master of it, all right? To move into that place of self-mastery. And so we're going to really be working on that. But over on Parlor Tricks, we're going to go out to the outer reaches of it. And I'm also going to bring in a lot of my stories, my really weird stories. I've had a lot of people asking me to do this for a while, like, tell your stories. I want to hear all your stories. And I got some out there stories. And I have friends that I've already told them these stories and they want me to tell them again. So I thought I'd just bring in Story Hour on Parlor Tricks. We're going to have fun over there, but it is outer reaches stuff. It's not going to be normal, all right? It's not going to be anything that is going to be contained in any box. And it's going to be extremely creative. And we're going to bring through a lot of role playing and way on the outer fringes with it. All right, so I'm really going to start making that space pop off a lot, and I'll connect it here to Broadcoven by when I bring in the revolution reports. I'll let them broadcast over there too, but do be aware that's going to be a very different track over there. So for those of you that do connect with the works of Robert Anton Wilson, those of you who do connect with more of this mindset that chaos can be a creative force to work with, that you don't have to be overcome by it, that it actually is beautiful too. It's how creation happens, okay? And this is very forefront with this Parvati energy that came in, okay? But see this in the center balancing point of what moves us forward, all right, in this chariot, and notice he's not holding any reins, okay? The answer is within that unlocks the key that's the driving force forward, the vehicle, and that's the acknowledgement of I am, right? You have to acknowledge that you are that. And acknowledging it goes beyond just the thought. It's more than just like having the thought like, well, I know that I'm connected to everything. No, it's the real realization of that. And you don't actually really truly begin to understand that. They're like, oh, wait a minute. I'm meant to wield the light. Because if I wield the light, that's the creative force in the world. And I can bring it forward. That moves everything out of stagnancy. And we can actually make really productive things happen. We can make beautiful things happen. This can be like drawing down that heaven upon earth. That's what it means, as above, so below. Okay, but the problem is a lot of people are shrouded in darkness and they're staying in darkness. and they don't build the light. And there's even kind of a mindset nowadays where it's like the dark is what's cool. And that's wonderful. Like, and I love all that stuff too. There is a beauty, there's a deliciousness in the dark. There is. I absolutely have a great love for that. Okay. I mean, I've been integrated, initiated onto, you know, the path of fairy, both the shadow side of it and the light side of it. I am a Libra. I know about balancing shadow and light. And I don't think that there's any harm in looking at shadow. In fact, I feel we have to look at shadow. And I also feel that when we're looking at the world and where things are in a state of unrest, it does not serve us to pretend like it's not there. So I'm not about this whitewashing, kind of distorted love and light energy. You know what I'm saying? Where that, oh, this love and light, wipe it away. No, we do have to hold space for it. We do have to be conscious of it. But if you lose your connection to light because you become too enamored with the dark, which is everything that Nietzsche was talking about when he was talking about looking in the abyss. And be aware, if you stare too long there, you're going to become the abyss. Do you really want to be the abyss? It might sound glamorous, okay, from a pop culture perspective. I am the abyss. I am the abysmal. I mean, okay, you might want to play that role. You can play that role. Even when you're questing, you can play that role. A lot of people do like to play those roles, you know. There's nothing, and that's what I kind of like about role playing. Okay, let's look at that. All right, let's say that's your truth, man. Some people are like that. Within the framework of role playing, all right, you can be the abyss. All right, that you can be the Kraken. Let's look at the Clash of the Titans. Okay, you can take on that role. You can be that. And the role playing, if you're approaching it in that way, where it's like this is a psychological creative play space, you can identify with that as an archetype and you can play that out. And there's so much you can learn and transmute on an alchemical level that you can thereby refine, alchemize, and use it as a creative light building energy. You're not meant to stay, yes, paradigm shift. You're not meant to stay there as the freaking Kraken. I just heard the SpongeBob SquarePants theme song. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. You know, yeah, it's like you can live under the sea as the Kraken, all right? And that's going to also, you know, affect your life. So there's this piece here that people often mistake the power that role playing can have as well. Yes, it's a game, okay? And people like to escape through that. But can you imagine if you were really fusing it with metaphysics and were conscious of that? Then you're role playing and you start to really understand, oh, wow, you know, look what this creates in my life. You'll start to see, you're being the Kraken, okay? All kinds of Kraken themes are going to start coming up in your life. You know, you're going to be living like the Kraken underneath the sea, shrouded in darkness, bent on treachery, you know, but also having a lot of people coming at you that want to like take you down too, right? People didn't want to see the Kraken make it. So, you know, you got to look at this. It's an interesting dynamic that can really bust you out of sort of your set way of looking at things with the Hierophant, that the structure, the programming, the algorithm. It's like, yeah, death to all of that. We're creating new worlds here by moving out of the fixed energy. And there, what do we got? We got the Sphinx holding the sword of truth that gets the wheel moving forward, and the transformation energy. Here comes that snake medicine coming in. Snake is the totem, the birth totem of those born in Scorpio. Okay, so here is that transformational energy. And this transformational energy is what's going to be turning the wheel. You're not meant to stay in the heavy energy collective, okay? You're not meant to stay in the dark. Yes, visit there. But it might help you to adopt a role-playing character to explore the darkness with. Maybe SpongeBob SquarePants. If you've been playing the Kraken, try being SpongeBob SquarePants and watch how your experience changes. You know what I'm saying? It's time to bring a little humor in. It's time to bring a little lightness in. It's time to bring a little levity in. And then you'll see, like, ow, look at how that improves my life on every level. Like, I feel better. My health is glowing. Like, everything is coming together in my life. I feel supported. Wow, my finances are increasing. Okay. Ween did that theme song. Most don't realize that's Ween singing SpongeBob. I didn't know that. I love it. Thanks for bringing the music piece in. I love lyrics in general. Now I want to go and check that. I want to check out the lyrics to that song because I'm just thinking of the opening, but I'm not remembering all the lyrics to the song. So I'm gonna put the lyrics to the song pinned in the comments. I feel like it has a message for all of us. Okay, we are under the sea. All right, as I've been calling up the space for the cauldron of Dagda specifically, and all these energies are really fused together, right? When I'm doing these Panchakarma drop-ins, it's not just for those doing just Panchakarma, it's also for those that are, moving through the jewels of the 12th of Dadanan and are actively doing the role playing and having these experiences. And it's also just speaking to everybody here at Brockhaven who's curious, exploring, or just dropping in for reads, okay? We're all part of the collective here. We all are I am. We're just individual expressions of that. And we're working with the energy in different ways, okay? But yeah, I feel like there's something there that's coming in that we need to pay attention to. It's very, very interesting. As we transform the energy, okay, as we start to bring in and build the light, all right? I think through role playing is how it really needs to come in. And that's been coming in for a while for me. For those of you who've been here and have been following since the beginning, we started talking about role playing here, in late spring, and we started really bringing it in back in June, right as we were heading towards that time of the changing of the nodes of destiny. And we're meant to work with a new kind of playful, creative, activating, light building energy. We need to like slough off the skin, right? We know that. That's how this full moon cycle came in with the 5 degrees of Taurus Sabian symbol. We are not meant to just stay here as a widow standing over an open grave. We're meant to bury that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's an old cycle. A karmic cycle is closing with Libra in the South Node. We got here. Now it's moving into the King energy. We got the masculine energy moving in, the counterpart of the Queen of Swords that's holding down the South Node. And the masculine is saying, okay, remember Fragarok? Remember the first jewel of the 12th of Dadanan, the sword of truth. It only has power if you draw it from its sheath. Its sheath being you. The truth is already within the vessel of you. But it's meaningless if you don't move it into action. It has no power. So maybe you did arrive at a truth back there and you feel stuck. You feel a little behind, or you feel like, why do I feel like people are progressing ahead of me? I feel like I'm left behind. You're not. You don't have the jewel yet because you haven't exercised the truth. If you exercise the truth, then you're going to find, oh, wow, that moves me into action. Then you're presented with the Spear of Lu. Then you get to quest for that because it requires the action. And I do have that a lot of people are still stuck in this place. And I feel that because in calling up the space for the cauldron of Dagda, and I've been doing it every day and I keep building it. And for those of you who are sending pictures to broadcoven@gmail.com because you want to add in your archetypal symbols to the cauldron, I've been calling in what you've been bringing in. It's really cool. All the energies that are coming in, we're transmitting a frequency here, all right? So I'm continuing to do that, and I'm going to be ramping it up. I'm going to continue to ramp it up right now, and I'm ramping it up with more of this like light building energy because I'm noticing that the cauldron, it's like when I tap into the collective and what's needed, so there's too much focus still on not being in the light building energy. That means a lot of you have not exercised your truth yet. There's a need for this. You got to move it into action. It means nothing unless it's moved into action. And that's what activates that reality tunnel for the creative force to come through. And when we're thinking about reality tunnels, I'm going to paraphrase the quote. I'll put it up on the Parlor Tricks community board over there. That's where I post more of my like Discordian memes and Robert Anton Wilson quotes and stuff from Timothy Leary and, you know, that kind of stuff. You'll find it over there on that community board. I got some things up there now, but I got a lot more I'm going to bring in. And some stuff I'm going to transfer over that was here down the rabbit hole of Broad Covenant. I'm going to put it at the forefront there just because it should be at the forefront there. But I'll put it up there. It's a Robert Anton Wilson quote. And he's talking about once you realize that, you know, you have the ability to create whatever you want through your own reality tunnel. It can be whatever you want it to be. Like, why wouldn't you create like the most happy, hopeful, joyous, playful, spirited, beautiful, like fucking super awesome, you know, reality that you could through that tunnel? Why would you continue to create a bunch of division, stress, struggle, hardship, you know, crap? Why? Why would you continue to fill it with your BS, with your belief systems, man? It's time to really like put an end to these belief systems. Remember, one of those masters in the gallery for our solution to this lunar cycle we're moving through is the 9 degrees Libra Sabian symbol. 3 masters in a gallery: your mentality, your social expression, and your habituation. This is the programming. Like, death to that. It's right here. It's telling you right here, buck the tradition. It's time for an end to that. There's Scorpio going, come on, hop on the horse, Hierophant. Do, 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 do. We're moving forward. We're not staying back there. Okay. Please, if anybody gets anything about the Hierophant, please understand the way the Hierophant can cock block spirit. That's what I really want people to understand about the Hierophant energy in terms of a tarot archetype. Does it refer to spirit? Yes. The intermediary between you and spirit. Now, in light of what just got brought in, should there be an intermediary between you and spirit? I'm just going to let you sit and just think about that for a second with what we just talked about. Cue the Jeopardy theme. Do 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 do. No. Why? Why? Why do you need an intermediary? Why? You don't need an intermediary, right? I am. I am. This is a lie. Is it controversial for me to say that? Yeah, I understand. It's an indoctrination. It's an indoctrination. Look at it deeper. It's big money. If you don't think it's big money, all you have to do is look at the Vatican. Facts. Facts. Maybe an unpopular truth, but a truth nonetheless. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with having Catholicism as your faith. And I can see the beauty in the ritual and the traditions. And absolutely, it can be really steeped in your ancestral bloodline. And that's something that allows you to connect to spirit. But do understand that you are using it as a vehicle for you to connect to spirit. But you are always the one that's connected. You don't need this to connect to it. Right? So this is about really, this hinders progress. This is establishment. This is the box. This is the framework. Okay? Yes, faith can be cultural. Absolutely. Absolutely. And especially when we're looking at Catholicism, it's cross-cultural, big time, big time, big time, big time. When the slaves were brought from Africa here, they had to hide their spirituality so they could continue to stay connected to their roots. And they did that through Catholicism. They hid their orishas in the saints. I'm not going to expound on that a great deal because it's not my roots, so it's not my place, you know, to go into a deep discussion on that. I would love to get Yay Tisha on here sometime. I really would. I'd love to. I might reach out to her and see if she'd be willing to come on and share her wisdom. That would just be fabulous. And I've had the pleasure of working with her, but I always refer people to, you know, that lineage if you want more information on that. But it's true. And that's not just, you know, from roots that come from Africa either, but throughout all of Latin America as well. I mean, in Mexico, I mean, you got native tradition that also merges with that when we're looking at hoodoo, okay? Absolutely. It's all interconnected. And so there's that connecting point, right? Yep, yep, yep. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So, you know, if you want to learn about different traditions, go to the roots, go to the deepest well, tap the source, right? There's that water imagery again. Water is coming in very strongly. So with that star energy, I do feel like we're still meant to really work with the element of water right now. Please make sure you're hydrating. But start thinking about what you're hydrating with, you know, think of herbal teas and think of the different properties you can bring in your herbal teas and bringing in chai. And when we're looking at clearing out heavy energies, I'm going to bring in a little alchemy here for you to kind of benefit from. Ginger is fantastic. Ginger has an exorcising quality, okay? It does chase away lower vibrational energies. It does ward the space. It gets things moving quickly. It's also great for energies that are like parasitic or vampiric in nature, right? So if you feel like your energy is drained, do understand you have a part in that, okay? So maybe you went through a big period of stress in your life or whatever. You've been dealing with challenges. Your boundaries, your energetic boundaries became a little fuzzy. You weren't really staying present. You weren't doing your grounding practices. And so you unwittingly entered into energetic contact and agreement with another soul. And now you've taken on their karma, their crap, your process. You know, this stuff happens, okay? It happens to everybody. It happens to everybody. And it happens when you start to negate your personal responsibility for maintaining your vessel as a clear channel, right? So do work with that water element to clear, but also, you know, we know with the swords here, you got to be decisive about things. There's things that you need to cut off. And it's like, you got to cut off what's kind of keeping you in the dark to move into the light. Now, I was going to bring in the high priestess here. So let me find her. And I have a feeling that whatever is around the high priestess in this deck is going to be significant. It's going to give a clue. So let me look here. We went on a whole different, like, you know, we went down a whole different reality tunnel just there. This is my brain. My brain is like a rabbit burrow. And it's always building new neural pathways. Oh my gosh, I knew it would be symbolic. Okay, I want you to check out what, this is so potent, man. I want you to check out what the high priestess was flanked with. Will you see this? Eight of Swords, High Priestess. Look at what side the Eight of Swords on. The darkness, okay? Not being able to see. Look, she's even blindfolded. She can't see. She can't move. So she tells herself it's an illusion. She can walk right out of her self-imposed prison anytime she wants. The key is within her. The key, the I am, the life force energy. All right. Look at that. You can walk out right now. You're not stuck. You can even kind of see underneath this blindfold. So why are you doing that? So you can feel like, oh, I want people to feel sorry for me? No. You can set yourself, nobody's forcing you to stay in darkness. That's up to you, man. You're binding yourself. Nobody's binding you. If you're bound, it's because you enter into energetic agreement with somebody and you agree, yeah, I'll take that on. I'll let you hold me hostage. You got to take more personal responsibility. Everybody needs to take more personal responsibility, okay? That's what's on that shadow side. This is what happens. If you stay too long focusing on the darkness, the shadow, even if you're working with it in a creative way, you're doing transformational healing work, okay? You're dancing with the shadow so you can integrate it. You got to remember to still bring the light in. If you stay in that space, you're going to get stuck there. And then you find nothing moves forward, okay? Notice the high priestess, she's balanced between the two. She's balanced between, oh my God, I just had a moment. I just had a moment. I have to get it. I have to go get it. Where is it? Where is it? Is it out there? I found something the other night when I went, well, it was during the day. I took Ted for a walk. And Amanda Scopin has put forward a challenge for everybody. Hello, good to see you. I am Banana. I like that. See the humor. I like that. That's good. There's this piece about, when we're looking at challenges, to bring the group together too. Like Amanda Scopin put together a challenge to just sort of build camaraderie, build teamwork. Well, thank you. I love you too. There's an opportunity to build camaraderie, to build teamwork, to bring our energy together when we approach like challenges together. On a quest level, yes, but Amanda Scopin created a challenge that just gives us a focus for each day. It's like a 21-day challenge. I think 21 or 28. It might be 28-day challenge. Yesterday, the first day, she had a challenge for us. The challenge was a play day, okay? And she opened up with coloring. And I was like, okay, that's interesting. And I want people to do this. So if you have an idea, ways to bring things together, I'm in middle of a live here. I am Comanche. I have Gaelic roots. I have Norse ancestry. And then a bunch of like Heinz 57. Yes, StreamYard. What are you up to? I am Banana. Okay. Are you Giuseppe? I am Banana. Are you here by a different name, Giuseppe? Maybe Giuseppe's making the rounds again. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. Anyway, so she brought in this coloring thing, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. I like this. This is playful. So if you have ideas of like little challenges that can bring the group together. Right now we're working with Amanda Scopin, so I'll do like one at a time. But if you have ideas of like a 28-day challenge that can bring the group together, well, you may want to talk to me, but it's not like personal drop-in time. It's not like, hey, how you doing, buddy? And in fact, you're kind of being a little bit distracting right now. So you can either like contribute to the discussion, or you can excuse yourself, or I can excuse you, all right? Because that's not the proper energy to bring in here. It's not really funny. Okay? That's where we're at with that. In fact, I think I'll just put you on a timeout for a minute, because energy don't lie, man, and I'm not really digging the energy there, all right? What is going on there? Hold on a minute. One moment here. Who removed Angela's comments? What's up with that? You know what? This kind of stuff, see? That's an interesting little development there. I didn't do that. It says that Angela was banned and their comments were removed. I didn't do that. But that's interesting that it came in with this I am banana character here. Okay. I don't know what's going on with that, but Angela, I didn't do that to you. All right. So that's an interesting development there. All right. We're going to continue on. All right. So here we go. We got the high priestess here on the other side. When you start bringing in the light, when you start bringing in the creative life force energy, all right, and you allow your focus to shift there, it brings things into alignment. All right. So this is when you get to that point where you don't need the intermediary. And right here we see a caduceus in between. And this provides transformation of the energy, healing, and integration. So this brings me to the whole point of what I wanted to bring in there. And Angela, I'm sorry about that. So it seems like this person here is a bit of a troublemaker that came on I am banana. I did not ban you from making comments. I did not ban you from the live chat. That's somebody who is up to a little bit of fuck shit. And I will make the appropriate people aware of that. They need to be made aware of that. All right. So anyway, this card came in. All right. And it was really funny with that. I was getting into it. I got sight. This is what happens. I want to make that point. I'm not going to let this person take me away from what my point was with that. Amanda Scopin brought in a challenge to color, right? And I found this coloring page just yesterday. I took Ted out for a walk. And on the coloring page, it talked about somebody had lost their ticket. You know, somebody at Pazuki had lost their ticket and Pazuki couldn't find a ride. Okay. And it was funny because it had so many cross references in it to the whole questing that we've been doing here. And what I was going to bring in is that it said on there that it was a coloring page from a restaurant and the restaurant was BJ's. And look, we got BJ right here. So this is that piece about bringing a little bit of the humor, a bit of the lightness, a bit of the levity as we're working with these energies. I had to bring that in. I'm like, no, you know, I wanted to make that point and I didn't want to be distracted from it. So we're bringing that back around. You know, whoever you are, I am banana. That was a big slip that you made there and an epic fail. I just, you know, no more of that kind of energy in this space. I'm not going to stop doing lives just because characters like that come around, and I will address it. And you can make things a little bit of a mess temporarily, but it's not going to stop anything. Ridiculous. So this is the card that came off of the tree yesterday, same day that I did that challenge. And it's Lasya of Parvati. Okay. And Parvati is this creative life force energy. She is the creative energy of Shakti, the creative force, okay? And there's a way that you can attune to Parvati's energy, that creative Shakti force, and you can do it in the morning. and it works with this imagery. What do we got here? Comments. Hello, good to see you, Julie. Let me tell you, the trolls have been active today, so they already caused some problems. They caused some technical problems. We got somebody's like got tech background causing issues on the chat. Okay, so interesting, but I'm going to handle that matter and get it reported to the appropriate people and get all that straightened away. I wanted to bring this in with this piece that I brought in about the Anjalis, okay, because it factors into this Parvati that I came around to in a long-about way. We've been quite down a rabbit hole, okay? So when you're looking at what you need to release from your life, what you need to empty, what you need to pour out, all right, this can be a really good visualization. So anytime when you're feeling like kind of bogged down or you're feeling stressed or maybe you're having a moment and things feel a little heavy, just stop, put your hands in front of you and think about what is filling this space right now, this space that's your responsibility to hold. And you can almost even just take a moment just to pour it out. If you realize you're holding things that you don't want to hold, right? And then take a moment to just close your eyes and consider, what do I want to call into this space? What do I want to fill this space with instead? What would build the creative force in my life? What would get things moving in a direction that feels life building, right? And there is an actual mantra practice that you can do. And I'll put the link to a kirtan that is singing this mantra. It's so beautiful. And traditionally it's done during the dark time. So you do it first thing in the morning, usually pretty early. Like they say, I think between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. is ideal to have it playing. And you don't have to do the mantra. You don't have to sing the mantra, but even if you have it playing in the background, it helps to connect you with that reality that you are, I am, all right? That creative life force energy, that the Shakti energy and all of her many faces is operating through you at all times. And you are the channel for this creative life force energy. And the avenue is the masculine. There's also a corresponding practice for the masculine, and maybe I'll bring that in next week, that you bring in the evening time. But it really helps you master these energies and to wield them in a powerful alchemical way. So I want to bring in the kirtan for it, but first I want to just clear the energy for a minute here, and I'm going to bring in some Reiki, all right, just to do a little warding. So you are welcome to receive the Reiki if you would like to receive it. Okay. Just clearing the slate, coming into the present moment. Freaking lives, man. Like so often people ask, like I hear people, you know, ask other readers all the time in their comments and stuff, why don't you ever do lives? Well, that's why. It's just, you know, these little stupid, twerpy, annoying people come around. They think it's funny, and it's just immature and really lame. And it disrupts things. It disrupts something good coming in that can support people. Maybe people that are going through a really hard time. Just find it like so, I don't know, it's just so lame. And then I think about people who do that, like, God, where are you at in your life that's how you choose to spend your time? Like, that's pretty, how can I put it? Unmotivated. And where's your ambition, man? There's like so much more you could be doing with your life. You could like really be making things happen in your life. You could be like in this empowered place in your life, like really just rocking your life force, man, and making good things happen in the world. Hey, you're back. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I can't even believe that that freaking happened to you. I am so, I don't know how you made it through, but I'm glad you made it through. Still, that's foul, man. That is foul. That is foul, man. But man, isn't it stupid? It cracks me up. To me, it's just so silly. It's so silly. Why would people do that? You know? Why? What's the point? Why? Oh, you're cool. Sorry. You gotta let me have a moment. Oh, what's what I'm gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna go on this live and I'm gonna throw everything out of whack. Good thing everybody already knows how I am. Like, danger, Will Robinson. I'm listening to like sirens go off in the background. Yeah, I know, because I banned them. I banned them. When I saw that you got banned and you couldn't comment, I was like, what the? So I banned them. And also, there was a symbol next to your name, okay, that is not, it's not the symbol that normally is up there for StreamYard. Yep, yep. So they were a golem, they were the Kraken. And now they're just smelling like ass crack. And we're back to, I live in a pineapple under the sea, SpongeBob SquarePants. Yeah, they brought in that energy, but no, I knew that's why I banned them, because I was like, wait a minute here. I already felt it. The energy is like, it reminds me of the cat that I dealt with before. It does. It reminds me of a cat I've dealt with before on lives, and they take on different names and they wear different identities and they think they're really funny and they're actually not. They're just a loser. Hey, man, whoever you are, I hope you find a better way to use your time, because that's a waste of energy. You could be doing a lot more in the world. Let's call in this Reiki, okay? Those of you who don't wish to receive it, you can just say no, thank you. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm going to make sure that I do report it though, because I've just been dealing with too much nonsense, from people online. And I already, I've already got like stuff into attorneys. So it's like, I mean, I don't know what people's problems are, but it's kind of stupid. It is pretty freaking stupid. I got like so much documentation and stuff that some people don't learn, they get full of ego. I'm sorry, I still think it's really funny. I mean, that goes back to what I was saying, right? If you play the Kraken, you have to remember there's people that'll try to take down the Kraken. And I mean, there's always like, it's not a good time to mess with me online, especially if you're not familiar with stuff that I had to already approach attorneys about on Facebook because of people doing this cyber attacking stuff. Okay, so you would be wise to just kind of like be a good little boy or girl, or who knows, you know. So this Lasya Aparvati, there is this practice you can do with this mantra. You can listen to it, all right? And I'll put the link to this in the comments so you can access it and just play it in your environment. But there's a meditation you do with it in the morning. And if you want to learn the mantra, it's really good just for aligning you with that creative Shakti force energy. When you work with the mantra, what you do, or even if you listen to it, okay, you hold your two hands in front of you, all right, and you look into your hands. So here we were doing kind of this visualization where you're thinking about what's in your hands as far as what are you holding right now in your life and what do you need to release so you can create room for new energy to come in. In this case, you are actually calling in the consciousness of I am into your hands. You're calling in the creative Shakti life force energy into your hands. And in that way, as you go about your day-to-day life, everything you touch, everything you interact with on a physical level, you are aware that I am is the one doing that. You see what I mean? So it's really a blessing energy that can come into your life, that can build the light in your life and make some really amazing things start to happen. And it's also very like calming, soothing, centering energy that comes in with it that allows you to be receptive. So if you found that it's been difficult for things to come in for you, if you found like your way has been blocked or you've been running into challenges or anything like this, working with this mantra really helps to open up the floodgates, okay? And allow whatever was blocking your passage to just flow through, to get flushed out, all right? And then you can bring forward this creative energy in a conscious way. So it's very helpful to work with. And I just feel like activating that particular mantra right now. Let me clear my throat because I don't want to bring in that laughter energy with it. I want to give it more reverence. Okay, so I'm just going to do it 3 times, okay? So you can hear it. And you would stare into your hands, and as you're listening to the mantra, you're actually calling the goddesses into your hands, okay? It goes. Keragri Vasati Lakshmi Keramaji Sarasvati Keramule tu Govinda Prabhati Karadashanam Keragri Vasati Lakshmi Keramaji Sarasvati Keramule tu Govinda Prabhati Karadashanam Keragri Vasati Lakshmi Keramaji Sarasvati Keramule tu Govinda Prabhati Karadashanam. And I'm just going to bring some of that over to all of you with the Reiki. So it's a very soft, right? It's very soft, sweet mantra. And it's got like a silky, calming lunar essence to it, soothing, very balancing, okay? And it helps really build the light, right? So where you've been kind of like in this place of darkness because you've been diving into that yin energy, the feminine energy, which is the dark energy, okay? Yin is dark, yang is light, because yang is active and yin is receptive. That's all that the dark and the light has to do with, okay? It doesn't have to be a negative thing. All right. I'm just clearing this energy out here. So we can even connect with the active force, right? That light building energy, the masculine, within the feminine. And we know that too when we look at the parallels of the stories in Fairy with Danu, because Danu is the birther of gods. She got bored. She created this incredible universe, and she was entertained with that for a while. But after a while, she was like, well, I kind of want a mirror to share it with. And that's when she called in Dianeglis, or, the many manifestations, the blue one of many names, right? And it's the same story, even within Hinduism, the blue one is Shiva, okay? Creator, destroyer. Same with Kali, the red one, creator, destroyer, right? So it's these energies we're working with, the polarities, and being able to find the balancing point between the two, and understanding that when it comes to alchemy and our responsibility in that, that it's up to us to maintain the balance and to be able to be the center point between the extremes. All right. And that was good. I mean, in a way, despite how annoying that was, it was good to have that happen here, because it was like, okay, yep, sometimes there is a little bit of a curveball that gets thrown into the mix, or there can be a disruptive force that comes in, but it's about what you make of it, right? And it's about how you use it. You can use it as something that's a showstopper, or you can use it in such a way where you go, okay, how can we work with this energy? Like, what can come out of this? Oh, it's a teachable moment. Isn't that grand? It's a teachable moment. Okay. And so this is about being able to do that as much as you can, when you deal with something that is throwing life off, or some outside, because we can never, we can never control what comes at us, right? That's part of living life. You can hold your peace, but others are also holding their piece of I am, and some choose to exercise it in ways that can be disruptive. So when you encounter that, what do? First of all, humor helps, all right? Humor does help, and it is silly. So it's like, try to connect with the part of the situation that brings it down to its proper perspective, right? It doesn't have to be something catalytic, all right? It's something that can be more of an awareness of what's really running, as a deeper undercurrent that sort of takes the power out of it. You know what I'm saying? And then it's also about understanding, how can you work with that energy? So right now we're working with that energy. How can we transmute it? We just bring it into the light. Bring it into the light. And find the center balancing point with that. And we continue to move forward, right? We continue to grow. You don't stay stuck within the stagnancy. You keep it moving. And this is what this is talking about. Look at this Lasya Aparvati. No, it's abalone. It's it was found on goat rock, actually. It's like a hagstone. It's like a hagstone, only it's abalone. It has, it has a circle through it that you can peer through and see into fairy. It's just been calling me. This ocean theme has been coming in really strong lately. It came in strongly ever since I made the connection that the cauldron of Dagda is actually the ocean. It's actually the great water that we all need to move through, that we all need to swim through together, with otter weaving between us as one great pot. It's the cauldron of Dagda. This particular jewel of the Tuatha De Danann is really hard to achieve as a collective. That's what I'm realizing. And I'm actually realizing that there's a lot of people that haven't caught up to that yet with what came through with that coloring page that I found, because there was so many. I feel like I need to grab it. Hold on a minute. I have to grab it because I got to show you guys. Just a minute. Okay, I have to show this to you guys. So before I was interrupted, this is what I was bringing in. Amanda Scopin created a challenge, 28-day challenge. I posted it on the community board. If you have an idea for a 28-day challenge, send it to me. If you do, send it to me at broadcoven@gmail.com. Make sure that you have it like all, like set up, like she did. What I posted, that image I posted, she created that. I didn't create that for her, okay? So you have to spearhead it. You have to take charge of it. You have to let me know what different, social media outlets you'll be on. You'll be sharing it with people, and I will post it on the community board here so people can follow it here. And they can also follow it on your social medias, okay? So she created a really cool 28-day challenge just to kick things off, because anytime we do challenges together as a community, it helps to bring our energy together. And that just helps to foster a common vision, okay? So then it's not just like one or two people holding the energy, it's everybody holding the energy. And we're also going through a creative growth process together. So yesterday was the first day, but you can start it whenever you want, okay? You can start these challenges whenever you want. Yesterday was the first day, and it was play day, and it was all about coloring, okay? And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna color. What an interesting, challenge to kick things off. So I went and I took Ted on a walk during the day. And as I'm walking, I was thinking, well, what am I going to color tonight? It was already kind of like the cogs were set in motion in my brain. And I found a coloring page that was laying on the ground, okay? And it's a bit worse for the wearers, a bit torn up here, okay? I posted it on the community board, but this is it. Look at it. Look at the big top with the freak flag flying high. And it's got like all the themes, like the carnival theme, all that stuff that came in when we were moving through the Spear of Lou. It's got the tickets to ride, and down at the bottom here it says, and I paid attention. I'm like, ooh, there's letters missing here. What are the letters missing? What are the numbers missing? You know me. So I started getting like downloads that came in with this, and I'm actually going to do a reading about this on Parlor Tricks. But it says here at the bottom, Pazuki Jr. lost his tickets. And underneath that it says, help him find all 26 tickets scattered around the carnival. What prize should he get with his tickets? I just thought it was really, really interesting. It was so interesting, just all the imagery that came through. All the parallels. It was tripping me out. There's even 23 on here. That's a Discordian. That's a Discordian thing. But what's funny is on the back of it, it's like, where did this come from? And it has like sweet treats, right? And that's what opened up. That's what opened up this one for the Cauldron of Dagda. Remember the Good Ship Lollipop. And so it's all the like dessert menu here. And it's funny because I wanted to know what restaurant it came from, and it's BJ's, and the B and the J is what's on the other side of the High Priestess. So see, this is an example. It's like I was thinking about the creativity. I was thinking about the coloring, and I didn't know what I was going to color, and I didn't even have anything to color. And I'm out walking Ted, and I was just in the moment. I was present and enjoying my walk because I used my walks as a meditative way. And when I was actually thinking of coloring was ecstasis. I was thinking of, just drawing a picture of ecstasis. Well, what does ecstasis look like? And this is what I was pondering in my mind. And then right as I had that question, what does ecstasis look like? I find this. This is what ecstasis looks like. It looks like instant manifestation. Here's a coloring page. And I got so much from this. I got so much came in from this. It was really wild. I got all kinds of downloads around it. But I do feel like there's a lot of people that are still a little behind. And this particular, this particular jewel is a real tough one. I mean, I've been keeping up with them, but this one's tough. Even I'm kind of held up here. And I realize I'm held up here because we're all supposed to swim through the sea together. Doesn't mean that those who are able to finally get through the Cauldron of Dagda, can go and quest you know, for the fourth jewel, which is the stone of destiny? Yeah, I'm going to. I'll tell you that. But in order to do that, if you're in a situation where you feel like, what I realized is this, like, I felt too much responsibility. I felt too much responsibility for making sure that everybody moved through it, you know, at the same pace. And I'm starting to realize maybe some people, they have to move through it in such a way where they don't have a guide for it. And all they have is the guide of the videos, you know, and that was an interesting thing for me to realize. And it was also sort of an interesting template to play out in the life to think, do I really want to hold back my growth? Because I'm ready to charge forward for my destiny. I am. I'm ready. I've already exercised my truth. I've taken my actions. I already know what my destiny is. It's already been pointed out to me. It's very clear. And so I feel like, you know, this may be a challenge that's coming forward for some of you. You know, some of you may be holding up people that, you know, are not wanting to change, or you're trying to hold up situations that are inflexible and they want to stay stuck. They want to stay stagnant. They want things to stay the way they always have been because that worked for them, but it's not going to allow you to move forward. And so I think this has been like the sticking point in the cauldron of Dagda. It's this point where you have to go to this place with the lasya of Parvati, where you have to taste a little bit of that creative Shakti energy. And the only way you can do that is by turning within. See, she's turned within. But I don't know, this is very interesting. And I don't know if you pick this up with this too, but I feel like it looks to me just with the way her eyes are closed. And it's funny because you can't see what her eyes are doing, but I don't have the sense that she's looking up towards the third eye. I feel like she's looking down, like almost sinking down into herself, almost like you would sink to the bottom of the sea. And in the past like few days that I've been putting up the cauldron, I've been seeing that image. That's what I'm calling the space that I'm creating for those who are journeying for the jewel of the Tuatha De Danann, the cauldron of Dagda. The space itself has become a cauldron, but what's held in the cauldron is the ocean. This keeps coming through. And that's when I made the correlation. I'm like, why is this visualization coming through? And I realized it's like, oh, we have to swim across the great water and no one can be left behind. Well, no one can be left behind, but does that mean that some people aren't allowed to go ahead and race ahead? Maybe you're in a situation like that in your life where you feel that you feel a guilt, or you feel overly responsible to hold yourself back because you don't want to leave others behind. But maybe you're actually leaving others behind if you don't continue to go forward. Do you know what I mean? There needs to be the initiators always. The image looks like an uplifting cameo. Yeah, isn't it gorgeous? I love it. Isn't it beautiful? Look at all this energy here swirling around the third eye. Like it's like a jewel being activated, which makes me think of Mahakala. And I've been working with Mahakala a lot. And I work primarily with Black Mahakala, who's the great destroyer and devourer of all enemies of truth. But he works through compassion. It's a benevolent energy that appears very fierce, all right? Very fierce, very strong, powerful energy. But I've been working a lot now with also white Mahakala, and that's an aspect of Mahakala I hadn't worked with before. And with white Mahakala, there's this jewel, this wish-fulfilling gem that gets activated in the consciousness. And that's what this is reminding me of, that when you start to really align your energy, you are able to just instantly manifest things. And we're going to start moving more into that with the fourth jewel of the Tuatha De Danann. But I feel like this piece is coming in as a reminder that you may need to like pull your energy in, or do what they call pulling back your prana vayu. That's like pulling, it's like through the belly button. It's like your soul's essence. It's your creative power. Like you might need to internalize it for a little bit and let it build so that you can actually use it to really funnel through the avenue that opens up for you with the active force, okay? Once you're clear on what that balancing point is for you and what your true responsibility is, which your responsibility is to grow. You have to keep growing. So if you're dealing with situations where there's stagnancy or people are untractable or they're not willing to like move something forward, then you need to keep going. And you can't keep yourself held back out of a sense of false responsibility in that situation. Because actually, if you are being compassionate, you would let them go ahead and, you know, stay there and learn their lessons. And you need to lead the charge because you got to keep the avenue open. And you might not realize that that's the role you're meant to be playing in your situation. Maybe you're supposed to be a road opener. Maybe you're supposed to be a catalyst. They still get across the great water eventually, all right? And this is like the same issue that has, you know, faced every spiritual seeker in life. It's the same thing that plays out with Kuan Yin. She's a bodhisattva, okay? And bodhisattva, it means one who agrees, even though they have reached a certain level of awareness that allows them to ascend, transcend, achieve enlightenment. They choose to stay behind in the suffering until everyone is free, right? Now, some would look at that as being a martyr, and others would look at it as having a never-ending well of compassion. And so I think this is coming in as a reflection point where it's up to you to decide, do you stay behind? Do you stay behind in situations because you want somebody to be able to catch up? And then you also have to look at the way that that can be controlling as well, and that there is a need to release the grasp, right? Not like this, right? If you want things to, you know, if you want the gods to be fed and for the gods to feed you, you also can't be holding on to things, right? You have to have soft, open hands. That's what is allowing the filling to take place. But you also have to look at what you're holding in your hands, your creative power. And what do you got in there right now? What are you filling it with right now that's blocking your creative channels? Right? And are you blocking those channels for others when you feel like you have to, you know, hang around and wait for them to catch up? Or is it sometimes acceptable to say, nope, you know what? I need to walk away from this. I need to walk away from this and I need to move forward, but I can still hold loving space, right? So there's something that needs to be looked at here in terms of what you're kind of making do with, or what you're making excuses for because you're in an active growth cycle and you're ready to use your creative energy and bring it forward and build the light in your life. And maybe others who are just kind of like really stuck in the comfort zone or really stuck in the tradition of a situation. Like, we've always just done it like this. It's always been like this. Why are you a problem now? Now you're wanting to grow. Now you're wanting to do things. Now you're wanting to like be a force of change in the world. Like, I have a problem with this because it disrupts my comfort. Okay. But only you can really look at that, and you can't come to the awareness or the answers. You can't find that key that actually allows you to move forward into this new time in your life when you get to sort of be the author of your own story. You always were. It's just you're more and more going to be coming into the awareness of that. And you come into the awareness of that through really entering that doorway of manifestation, when you learn how to take the internal through mastering it and externalize it in what you create. And when you do, you can start making stuff happen instantaneously. Right? So this is what this is speaking of in me. It's the need to turn within to build the creative power and to be receptive to it by opening the channels, by clearing out whatever within you is kind of getting in the way of being a clear channel for you to recognize that I am consciousness and how it moves through the reality tunnel of you, right? There's something that comes through here, and this meditation, it can be really good. Okay. So, as I've applied it, you know, just in your day to day, you know, anytime you're feeling overwhelmed, just take a minute. What am I holding here right now in this moment? We always have to remember that too, and it can get kind of hard, especially when we're dealing with like a difficult person or somebody who's trying to poke at us or make things complicated. We can always kind of get to this place where we get frustrated and we start thinking that the problem is outside of ourselves. But we also have to remember that though there are, you know, different people working with the same energy and we're all interconnected, we get to decide what we enter into energetic engagement with. All right. So you don't have to engage with an energy just because it's coming your way. You don't have to take that in. It doesn't have to become part of your experience. All right. So this is about really looking at clearing the channel, working with the more subtle levels, understanding what is filling you right now. You're the vessel. What are you filled with right now? And is it making things more difficult than it needs to be? And you're blaming something outside of yourself. And actually, all you need to do is let it go and release. So there's many different layers to this, all right? But the end result is growth. Because when we're looking at the creative force, that's what it asks of us. That's what the life building force asks of us. It asks us to grow. We can't stay in a place of stagnancy. So I want to look at this. I've been having so much Amma come up. I've been doing a lot of internal clearing with ginger, and I've been taking in ashwagandha and tulsi and all kinds of good stuff, but it's really getting things moving, which is excellent. So do look at the physical too. You know, as you're working with the Ayurveda, your diet can absolutely have an effect as well, because when we're looking at digestion, we're looking at Agni, and Agni is the fire that helps you digest your foods. It's the hydrochloric linoleic acid. But Agni is also your spiritual fire, your transformational fire. It's the pyre that you offer up those things that are outdated, outworn, that you don't need to hold on to anymore, and you allow them to be transformed. Agni is also the activating force. It's the avenue, okay? And there's also a deity in Hinduism, Agni, who has a chariot that, the chariot, yes, the chariot came in. His chariot brings the sun across the sky, okay? So this energy too, we're meant to move into this light building energy. All right, 32. I'm gonna go ahead and read her words about this. And then after I read her words about this, I think we'll just drop in for just like a little chit chat to share experience for those of you who are here. I want to hear like what your experiences have been lately and what's been coming up for you. And, you know, maybe we can dive in deeper to a little bit of that, or if you have stuff you want to bring in around the courses. Lasya Parvati, there is a gentler way to proceed and obtain the same or even greater effect. Tame the wild and frenzied workings of the mind by grounding yourself with beauty, pleasure, and grace. Violence and its negative effects shall be overcome and healed through feminine gentleness and inner spiritual strength. This oracle is a sign of great future happiness. All right, some of y'all are on track, man. This is what flew off the Yule tree. Like, I didn't even have to pick this card for this week. Like, Spirit just straight up said, here you go. This is what you all need to focus on this week. Parvati is the universal mother in her gentle aspect, although, as with all mothers, her fierce side will emerge if it's needed to protect her children. She is beautiful and benevolent and evokes the quality of love, connection, creativity, and devotion to a higher purpose. The divine goddess has many names, and Parvati is also known as Jagatambe, the mother of the universe. Her son is Ganesha. Ganesha is also one I've been working with. Ganesha is great for removing obstacles. But again, as with all things, Ganesha begins by removing the obstacles within you. Sometimes the obstacle is within you. It's some viewpoint you have. It's something that you are focusing on. Okay, focus is huge. If you want things to change in your life, all you have to do is shift your focus. If you're struggling with a difficult relationship issue, or you're having problems at your job, or whatever the issue may be, your child's acting up, instead of focusing on that all the time, sometimes you have to put your focus on something else, and then the solution arrives. And the reason why is you break your fixation on your set viewpoint on something. As soon as you stop focusing on that thing and you focus in another direction, it creates an opening, a gap in the consciousness where some new awareness can come in when you're not thinking about it. Have you ever noticed that? Like, if you're really struggling with something, maybe you've been having a hard time for a while with it, and you're like, you know what, forget it. I'm just dropping it for a while. I need to go out and have fun. And then it's not until you're like out on the dance floor with your friends and you're having a good time, you're laughing, all of a sudden you arrive at the solution. You know what I'm saying? It's what comes in the spaces in between. All right. So Ganesh is good with clearing all this energy out. And I'll put up his mantra there too if you want to start a practice. In fact, if you're somebody that's dealing with a lot of blockages in your life, the easiest place to start in terms of mantra practice is Ganesha. And in fact, Ganesha is always invoked first because Ganesha helps to clear the avenue, clear the way. You can also invoke Agni first, but Agni's mantra is a little bit more complicated. So I usually don't bring it in unless I'm working with people one-on-one, and then I bring more of that kind of stuff in. It takes a while to learn it, and for those just starting out, it can be an overwhelming practice. But Ganesh is really accessible to just about anyone. He likes offerings of sweets. Oh, that's funny because that came up there. The sweet menu. Another layer to the coloring book page. Who knew that Amanda's coloring exercise would bring in so much? But it's true. He likes offerings of sweets. So, you know, you can put up a little simple altar to Ganesha, do a 40-day practice. Okay, that unlocks the CD, the power of his mantra. It will move all obstacles out of your way, within you and without. You can put up a little altar. It also makes way for Shakti to come through, okay? Because they work in tandem together. So you can have like just a little tabletop or something. You can put elephant imagery up there if you want, or a little statue of Ganesha, you know, anything that kind of evokes his energy for you. And then he likes offerings of sweets. It's pretty traditional to give him like rice, white rice, basmati rice. You can also give like a little honey. You can give a little cinnamon. You can bring in just anything sweet, anything that speaks sweetness to you. It can even be symbols of something that speak of like that sweet, that joy, because Ganesh is also very much associated with that energy too. Also, he's associated with musicians and dancing, okay? So there's a lot of different ways you can bring his energy in. Learning is also part of it, studying, teaching, scholastics, he rolls over as well. Writing specifically. Okay, so you can bring a lot of these symbols in on your altar for him. And you can get a mala. All right, I'm wearing one right now. Mine is Rudraksha. Okay, there's different malas you can use for different purposes, but I've been working with this one for a while. It's got a lot of energy imbued in it. And his mantra is Om Ganapatiye Namah. That's it. Om Ganapatiye Namah, 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 108 times, okay? A full mala, very similar to like when you're praying with a rosary. Same thing, just different tradition, okay? Ganesha, the elephant-headed deity who fosters success in all new ventures, protection from obstacles, and is of particular benefit to those who feel drawn to write, okay? Parvati is mother to all, and her presence is in a reading augurs success on every level. With Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, love, and spiritual enlightenment, and Sarasvati, the goddess of wisdom, music, and creativity, Parvati is Tridevi. Okay, so what I brought in with you, the Karagri Lakshmi, Karagri Vasati Lakshmi, Karamaji Sarasvati, Karamule tu Govinda Prabhati Karadashanam. That is Tridevi. Okay, that is a Tridevi mantra. Okay. Parvati is Tridevi, the sacred triune of feminine nature of triple goddess Hinduism. Parvati is divine archetype of the vital, competent, creative, and loving woman. When her oracle appears, there is an opportunity to heal one's mother wounds and one's relationship with the feminine more generally. She helps heal wounded hearts and teaches us how to belong to ourselves just as we are, rather than abandoning ourselves to please others. We just brought in as Tridevi, when you connect with Parvati, you also connect with Lakshmi and Saraswati, as all three are one. So this oracle also brings comfort for matters to do with material prosperity, love relationships, expressing your voice, and fulfilling your higher purpose. Parvati is the consort and wife of the wild god Shiva, another excellent one to work with in tandem, okay? And I will bring in the Trimurti, and that'll come in, I'll bring it in next week for our last week, all right? You can do that mantra in the evening. If you wanted to get really like, okay, let's say you're somebody that you're already familiar with mantras, and you're like, I want to go, like, let's just do it. Let's go all the way in. You could do opening up with Ganesha mantra, okay? And after you open up with Ganesha mantra, then you could go into this Tridevi, right? That practice that I showed you, the Kriya. Because anytime you bring an action into play with it, like this, where you're looking into the hands, you're using the hands, and you're focusing on the focal point of where your two headlines meet, really, okay? That's in palmistry, that's that top line on the palm that runs here, runs right here, okay? Or no, this is the heart line. Is this the heart line? Is this the head? Yes, this is the heart line, okay? So you go at the place where the heart lines meet. I can't do it. I can't, well, can I show you? You match them up to the place where they meet, okay? And then you cup your hands and you look at that point where they meet. It forms a crossroads. It's kind of interesting. It forms a crossroads. So you're almost like looking in the center of the crossroads, and you're focusing on this while you're activating that mantra. Some of you may choose to listen to it. You may listen to it for a while, and as you're listening to it, you may start to sing along with it. You may go into kirtan, and now you're bringing your voice in with the mantra. You may learn how to do the mantra without that, okay? But the video I bring in, it'll be helpful because it will help you with pronunciation, and pronunciation is important. So you could go into that. And then after you go into that mantra, then you could bring in the Trimurti in the evening once we get to that. But if you don't want to work with the Trimurti, and if you don't want to work with the Tridevi, you could just bring in Shiva, okay? You could just bring in Shiva. So if you wanted to do a really simple practice, you could bring in Ganesha and start there and just listening to the Tridevi. And I'll bring in the Trimurti, and you can listen to that. You know, we'll bring that in next week. And that could be a very simple way to start. You could just have your altar set up, and you can focus on that, and you actively do Ganesha's mantra, and you can just listen to the Tridevi, the Trimurti. If you are somebody like, no, I want to go all the way in, you can do all three, and you can learn the mantras, and you can actually engage in 108 recitations of the Tridevi and the Trimurti after you first bring in Ganesh, because he provides the avenue. When you do the Trimurti, you're automatically bringing in Shiva, okay? If you just wanted to get to know Shiva outside of Shakti, and you want to bring in that masculine energy after you invoke Ganesh and you work with the just listening to the Tridevi, you could work with Shiva's mantra, which is also very simple. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 You don't have to do it like kirtan style. You could just be Om Namah Shivaya, 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 Om Namah Shivaya. I just happen to really, really love Shiva. So I always bring in Shiva in a certain way, all right? But you develop your own relationship with it. So there's some different ways you can work with this. And if it all feels overwhelming, you're just like, well, I just want to start somewhere simply, just Ganesh mantra. It'll open up the way for you and more will start to come in, right? All right. That went on a diversion, but I felt like it needed to come in at that point. Maybe because expressing your voice and fulfilling your higher purpose. Some of you, that might be part of your higher purpose. Maybe that's something that needs to be activated in you. Some of you may already practice yoga. This may be something that's already really a part of your life. You're actively involved on, a yogic path, like you're actively engaged in the practice of yoga. It's really an important part of your lifestyle. But maybe the mantras are something you haven't really worked with before. And maybe you've never really worked with kirtan before, but there's something that's being asked to come through you in this way. And when you start working with it and you make it a real practice, it's really transformational. Even just journeying 40 days with Ganesh mantra can transform your life. And if you're somebody who's maybe dabbled in mantras before, or, oh, I'll do them a little bit or every now and then, but you've never done a set practice, committing to it for 40 days can unlock so much for you. It can transform your life. There's a Ganpati Kriya, which is for Ganesh. It's a tantric method, and it's called making the impossible possible. And it really does make the impossible possible if you do it. It allows you to work with time bending, and I'm not kidding. All right, I've done it multiple times. I've considered doing it again. But these things do work, and not only do they work, but they get your creative life force activated, and they provide certain new awareness to come forward in you that transforms your life, and it illuminates your path forward in a new way. So a lot of this can align you with your purpose. And if you don't have a connection to that, you're not quite sure, like, what is my purpose? What am I here to create? And you're already on a yogic path. You have to remember that when we're looking at the mantras, all of the wisdom of the Vedas is held within every single bija seed sound. So when you tone them, when you activate them, and when you're singing them, or when you're speaking them into existence, it's also the way you recite it. You can do it internally, and the effect will be more internal, all right? If you're singing it out loud, the effect you feel is more, it's out in your outer reality. You start to use it as a tool of manifestation. Repeat what part? What part do you want me to repeat, Angela? I'll hold up, wait a minute, before I read further, so I know what part do you want me to repeat. Just type it in like one word, 2 words, something simple, so you can let me know what point you want me to repeat. I'll look for my Palo Santo in the meantime. I want to bring time bending mantra. Please reference it again and elaborate. Angela's like, yeah, let's do it. I love it. I would do that one with you. If you want to, like, a check-in person, I don't mind starting like a check-in thread on that if you want to work with it. And I will reference it. Okay, I'll pin it in the comments, but I'm going to have to watch this back and timestamp everything because this has been quite a wild, free-flowing life. Whoa. It's called the Ganpati Kriya. Okay, the Gan, it's not just a mantra, it's a Kriya. Kriya means action, okay? It's a practice. You do it for 11 minutes, and it's working with a specific mudra. Satanama Ramadasa Sase Sohang. Satanama Ramadasa Sase Sohang. Satanama Ramadasa Sase Sohang. Satanama Ramadasa Sase Soham. Okay, but there's a whole practice with that, and you only do the mudra with your right hand. Okay, there's a whole thing with kriyas. You have to, there's a very specifics about how you do it. Okay, you never use the left hand. No left hand. Right hand only. Right hand up, just nice, soft, receptive, sitting cross-legged, you know, spine straight. Attention inward, you know, focused on third eye. Tip of tongue resting on the roof of the mouth. Okay. Nice breathing. Okay. You can even bring in the initial taunt. We're going to get into more of this on Cobra's medicine bag. I'm going to start developing the Tantra angle over there. Okay. Tantra is when you get into this. See, Tantra is not just all about, ooh, yeah, let's have like spiritual sex. Like Westerners have made it. No, it's a whole branch of yoga. It's a whole practice of yoga, and it works with a lot of kriyas. But you know, you can bring in that that mantra to activate the path of Tantra. That Om Namo Guru De Namo. That mantra. That's like what opens the path. Okay, so you usually do that like 3 times to open up working with any kind of tantric, you know, kriyas practices. And then you just sit for 11 minutes. All right. You're not counting. You're not using a mala when you do this practice. You're just actively engaged with your right hand. You have both hands up, facing up, palms up, you know, resting on your lap, sitting cross-legged, spine straight, elevated at the crown, breathing, attention inward, up toward third eye. Okay. Left hand does nothing. Left hand does nothing. It's all in the right hand. Sata nam ma ram ma da sa sa se so hum. Starting with the pinky. Sata nam ma ram ma da sa sa se so hum. Sata nam ma ram ma da sa sa se so hum. You can start getting really fast with it. Okay, once you get a feel for it. Okay, when you first start out, you'll be really slow with it, really clunky with it. It might feel awkward. It might feel hard to reach certain points. You know, to touch the finger points might feel really awkward. I had a hard time with this one. Sa. When I first started, I had a really hard time just this and the transitioning. If you play guitar, it can help you with guitar too. Remember, Ganesh also helps musicians. Okay, so this dexterity, and physically, it'll give you dexterity, and that can help if you play the guitar. But what it does is it makes the impossible possible, and it really freaking works. So if you're in a situation where you're dealing with like the most gridlocked, impossible situation, you don't know how the heck you're going to change it, you don't know how the heck there's anything that can save this thing, or you feel like there's no way out, you know, if you're in this space where you're like, I've been at the crossroads forever, I don't even know how to get out of this position, I don't know what to do, and you feel like you're facing the impossible, you work with this for 40 days, 11 minutes a day, and then after you do that, okay, there's the second part of the kriya. Okay, now you did this, right? And it does, I love this because it brings in the Parvati piece. It brings in the creative energy of Shakti. Okay, so you did this. Satanama Ramadasa Sasi Soham. Satanama Ramadasa Sasi Soham. Okay, you've done it now for 11 minutes. I always set a timer because it's specific. It's like, no, it's 11 minutes. You do it. Okay, it's not like, I think that was 11 minutes. And the thing is if you miss a day, you got to start all over from the beginning. Okay. So when you get into a kriya, you have to do it. It's a very it's a habituation thing. Isn't that interesting? That's interesting. I didn't think of it from that angle. Now I'm looking at 9 degrees Libra archetype for the 3 masters in the gallery in a different way. The 3 masters. Oh my gosh. Parvati, Sarasvati, Lakshmi. Oh my God. I'm like, the Trimurti and the Tri-TV. The 3 masters moves the obstacles. Oh my God. I'm having a moment. Wow. That's what it is. Because when you work with a Kriya, okay, like that, you are breaking out of habituation through using habituation. You're mastering habituation. Oh my goodness. And it does have an effect on the social, because the effect of working with Kriyas is on the have a moment. You're getting to see me having a moment. Yes. Wow. And the mental, it brings the three masters together. And that's what moves you into partnership with life and allows the creative energy to move through. Oh my goodness. Okay, so there's a very distinct practice for it. Blocking energy. No, don't let the creative force come through. Here comes the Kraken again. I'm telling you, man, there's a lot that's trying to break the power of like the creative force coming through at this time, but we can overcome it. This is how we do it. You can do it with Kriyas, okay? So with this particular, all Kriyas in general, all right? All Kriyas in general. This is really important, Angela. I'm talking to you specifically, but for everybody interested in this, but especially you, Angela, because you're agreeing to do this with me. So you understand, if you do this with me, you have to, and we're going to check in with you, have to really be on it. You can't let it slide. It's a deep commitment. First things first, if you're going to work with Gam Puchi Kriya and you're going to make the impossible possible, Tammy, let's bring it in. Yeah, let's tell them, Ted, if you're going to work with it, you have to make sure you bathe first before you work with it, okay? You have to be freshly bathed. If you are in a position where you don't have time to do that at that time, and it's the only time you have set aside for it, at the very least, bare minimum, you need to splash some water on your face, and you need to wash out your mouth, okay? And you need to wash your hands. Baseline, minimum, bare minimum, okay? So there's that cleanliness is close to godliness there, all right? So important. Also because you're saying this out loud, so as you're saying, and there's also another practice where you can take the Gam Puchi Kriya, where you do so many recitations. I mean, there's different levels to it. We'll start with this level, with the outward, okay? But there's another level of the Gam Puchi Kriya where you can do it, where you do some of the recitations out loud, some of the recitations whispering, some of the recitations totally internally in silence. You can experiment with that down the road, but I would suggest first just getting familiar with it and doing it vocally, okay, to influence your outer world, because I feel like people always are more drawn to go deeper into a practice when they can see the tangible proof of the practice. Do you know what I'm saying? So begin there first, all right? It can get a little complicated when you start looking at the deeper levels of the Kriya. This is like the first level of the Kriya. So make sure you got, you got clean, all right? This is important. You also want to make sure you're not going to be distracted. And you also want to make sure that you do it every single day. It's better if you kind of do it at a certain time of the day. I recommend starting your day. Like you wake up, and as soon as you wake up, you go right into this. You do your bathing or whatever, and you immediately go into this, and that's how you open your day. You sit 11 minutes, Satanama, Ramadasa, Sase, So Hung, okay, along with the mudra practice, okay? And then when you're done with that, what you do is you get up. You can get up or you can stay seated. It's up to you, all right? But you take a deep breath in and you bring the air all the way in. You let the prana totally fill your belly, and you hold your breath. And you hold your breath for 30 seconds while you shake your entire body. They call it a Shakti shake. So you can choose if you want to do that standing up or seated. Sometimes I do it seated, but it can be a whole different experience if you stand up and do it. So what you're doing is you're like circulating the Shakti energy all throughout your body, okay? You're just getting the Shakti moving, getting it moving, and then you let it all out. You do that 3 times. Take another deep breath in, hold it for 30 seconds, and you're shaking, 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 and then let it all out, and one more time. And that's the full Kriya, okay? And then you go about your business. Be prepared. If you want to do it with me, it'll transform your life. There will be no obstacle that will get in your way, guaranteed. But do be prepared for this as well. You got to remember this. What's reflected in macrocosm is reflected in microcosm within you, okay, within your universe. So, okay, so you need to be mindful of this, right? This is the part that people often miss when it comes to working with mantras and activating the siddhis, the powers. They're like, well, I just want the goodie of the mantra. I want to move all the obstacles out of my way. I want to learn how to time bend. I want to do all this stuff. That's great. But you forget that in order for you to be able to do that, it also has to transform the obstacles in yourself that are preventing that from happening. So it's a ride, all right? It means that you're going to have to confront a lot of stuff about yourself too. So I'll let you tell me if you're committed to that. Okay, understanding that it's big. All right, it's a transformational journey. It's not a little thing. But if you want to team up on me with that, and if you want to do a check-in, we can do a check-in on the community board. All right, we can do a check-in on the community board, and people can share their experiences and what's been coming up for them if they want to do that. And I'll post a link to the Kriya, okay, so you all know how to do that, and you don't have to like refer back to this video. But yeah, it's pretty potent. It does require deep commitment. You do it for 40 days. If you miss a day, you don't get to go, oh, well, I already had 14 days done, so yeah, I missed 3 days and I'm just going to go back. Now I'm going to start day 15. Nope. You got to start all the way back at the beginning. All the way back at the beginning. So do you see how even with the timepiece in there, it teaches you something too, because it's like, no, you got to go all the way back to the start. It's an interesting practice, but it's super powerful. And I've actually worked with that Kriya more times than I can count. And if you are somebody who already does that kind of work where you already know how to merc right, and you're already operating on that level, this can really help you gain a certain kind of mastery in working on those planes. Okay. All right, let's get back to this. This whole session today has been really wild, and I feel like that's the energy that's in play. It's just been one rabbit hole after another. The energy is already in this place of moving. Have you noticed that? It's moving, but it's moving in a very highly unpredictable way. And there is a lot of that energy that it's sort of in this real mutable state right now. That's what I feel. It's that chaos energy. It's extremely fluid. It has yet to take form. And so because of that, everybody's just kind of like following all these many different currents, right? But there's a way you can surf that. You can surf the Zavuya, right? You can surf the Zavuya. It doesn't have to be something that turns into chaos. It can be something highly creative. And you can be out there like, yeah, man, hanging 10, okay? So now I got to find, where were we? The fulfillment of the higher purpose. That's right. I think it is a higher purpose for those of you on the yogic path. This might really be coming through for you. You might want to start working the next level of that. Maybe you've only been familiar with asanas. Maybe you're only familiar with meditation. Maybe it's time for you to start working with the more creative aspect of it. Maybe you're starting to, have the need to explore Tantra a little bit, which is more about working with these like Kriyas, more about working with actually using the energy in a certain way for manifestation, for alchemy, all right? Elevating consciousness intentionally. Parvati is the consort and wife of the wild god Shiva. He loves to meditate and has a fierce temper when distracted from his spiritual practice. Wrathful as he can be, he is a protector deity and the destroyer of evil. Parvati stimulates her husband's passion through her skillful practice of yoga. He is roused from meditation by the powerful energy she generates, and he performs his fierce cosmic dance Tandava, which brings an end to that which needs to be annihilated so new life can emerge. Oh, there's so much coming in here. I'm not gonna go on the side journey there that I'm being pulled in right now. I want to follow through with this. The vigor of Shiva's dance in our lives can be intense. Parvati's dance, Lasya, provides balance and calming grace when the soul needs gentleness and comfort. Parvati dances her dance of happiness, leading us along our path without requiring us to continually push ourselves beyond our limits. Her wisdom protects us from breakdown, guiding us into breakthrough. Her oracle indicates that even though we may grow through intense challenges, there is a calming influence which can help us if we are willing to allow for it and be kind to ourselves. When Parvati knows that a more dramatic intervention is the only way to conquer a particular evil in our lives, she will manifest as the ferocious goddess Kali. One story holds that Kali was so intent on destruction that the fate of the world hung in the balance. And we are in the age of the Kali Yuga, the last stages. So her husband Shiva appeared before her as a crying babe, which instantly evoked her maternal instincts and calmed her back into a state as Parvati. We can trust that the Divine Mother loves us and responds to what is needed, but also knows how to get things done without being more heavy-handed than necessary. She is genuinely moved by our suffering and will manifest in whatever forms are needed to heal. Her oracle asks you to invoke her and trust what transpires is for your healing and spiritual fulfillment. Give up the notion that the deepest issues require the most difficult path to heal. Let her Lasya dance of happiness and grace unveil a gentler and more loving way. Okay. She does have a healing process here. I can't believe it. I can, but I can't. Okay. I'm blown away. I haven't read it yet, but I'm thinking it's going to be similar to what I was going to share with you. So, this simple way to clear your energy body that I was talking about. I talked about how we had this piece come in, right? We had the piece come in about Garuda, and some of you did the attunement to Garuda's energy, eagle energy, golden eagle energy. Also brings in, Vishnu, who is connected to Lakshmi, okay? Vishnu is also one of the gods of the Trimurti, all right? Significant, the vehicle, the chariot that guides forward. So I don't know about you, but I did that Garuda attunement myself, all right? Since it came in, I go along with whatever comes in for all of you. I have been having eagle reference coming up everywhere in my environment. I'm just seeing eagle, eagle, eagle everywhere, everywhere. And as this came in for me, I had this realization that a long time ago, I had a dream of another dream, right? A lot comes in through dreams for me. And you all may notice that you have a lot coming in through dream world for you at this time too. So pay attention to your dreams. There's a lot of symbolism there that act as archetypal keys that unlock doorways of perception for you and can guide you forward on your path. Everything is operating through these more like subtle layers right now. So just like I had the dream of us all swimming through an ocean, no one can be left behind, otter weaving between us. And I've come to see that ocean being symbolized by the cauldron of Dagda, okay? I had this message come in. This came in from my ancestors, okay? This came in and got clarified for me through my Comanche lineage. And I am being asked to share this with all of you because it's something for everybody, because it's a gift from Great Spirit. And it's associated with eagle medicine. Eagle is Great Spirit. So I had a dream a long time ago that was all about healing and waiting for a certain ideal condition to present itself before that space could be opened up for healing. I'm not going to go into all the details of that dream because there's a lot of details of that dream that are aspects that are very personal to me, to my own path, all right? But in that dream, there was this message that came through that the time is here. And right as that message came through, the scene in the dream shifted, and all I saw was this sky, this wide open sky, and there was a single white feather that came floating down. That was it. That was the dream. Okay. Recently, just through my own growth process and what I've been experiencing and going through Panchakarma with you all, and also working for, those 4 jewels of the Tuatha De Danann and all my other path work that I normally do on a day-to-day basis, I've been having a lot of stuff come in lately, and I've really been connecting a lot more with my Comanche lineage. I'm starting to tap into my Norse a little bit more, but right now, I don't know. It just seems like for me, the big driving force for me is my Comanche roots. That's what's really wanting to come forward right now. And so I'm working with this a lot, and I'm learning more about the medicine wheel and all these different aspects. And as I was going through, just sort of processing some things one day, I was in sort of a meditative space. It came through for me, and I got it really big from my ancestors, that this image of this feather floating down can be used to clear the hara line. It can be used to clear the energy body. All right. So, and I started working with it. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so effective, especially after the attunement with the Garuda energy. It just clears the channel. So the vehicle, the avenue is clear, and the creative energy can move through. And it's not something that's complicated. It doesn't take a long time. And since it's floating down from above to below, and since it's, birds are of both the air realm, right? But they're also of the earth realm, it automatically provides the grounding. And it's so simple to call it in, because all you need to do is just have a second to close your eyes and you can bring it in. So I'm going to, just do it with me right now. Just take this moment before we enter into this healing practice, because I don't know what she has written here, but I just saw feather floating, okay? And I saw it and it jarred my memory because I was bringing this in earlier for you all. And then we went down another rabbit hole. So VATA energy, squirrel, it's the VATA energy. So, okay, let's do this, okay? Just take a moment here right now. Just practice it with me. Wherever you are, just close your eyes, turn your attention inward, all right? Take a few deep breaths. In whatever way feels comfortable for you, okay? No rules around it. You don't even need to have like a specific way of breathing. Just take 3 deep breaths. And go ahead and turn your inner gaze upward toward that point in between your eyebrows, up toward the third eye. One more nice deep clearing breath. And now I want you to envision above you a white feather gently floating down, and it's floating down through the center of your body, starting with your crown, sweeping away the energy, your third eye, sweeping away the energy, your throat chakra, sweeping away, Anahata, the heart chakra, down to the solar plexus, down to your sacral chakra, Svadhisthana, down to Muladhara, your root chakra, and then floating down to the ground, and all the energy just seeping down into the earth. And that's it. That's it. Notice how you feel now. Go ahead and open your eyes. It only takes a couple seconds to do it. And it's just a real simple way to just whoosh it away. If you're ever feeling activated, or you have an anxious moment, or you feel like you need some instant grounding, or you feel confused about something, or you just feel energy that you're like, oh, I might have taken on something that's not mine. Close your eyes, take 3 deep breaths, and just imagine this feather floating down and clearing the channel for you. It's amazing. At once you feel connected, your channel's clear, the energy's out, you feel grounded. All right, so you might want to work with this a little bit. Now that we did that, let's go ahead and see what she wanted to bring in here. Go ahead and turn your gaze inward. Let's go back in within again, all right? Consciously connect with your breath as you become fully present in the here and now. As you breathe in, your awareness disconnects from distractions around you. As you exhale, your awareness settles deeper within. Your awareness is like a white feather drifting down through the air. rocking ever so slightly to one side and then the other. It finally settles upon the inner bedrock of your being. In this state of interconnection, you can say the following invocation. For now, you can just receive it, and I will recite it to you. For the spiritual benefit of all beings, I call upon the Divine Mother Parvati for blessings of spiritual grace, happiness, wisdom, and healing. May I recognize and embrace the gentlest path for effective healing and loving self-transformation. May the triple blessing of Tridevi grace my soul for the ultimate benefit to all souls. So be it. Now imagine, feel, visualize, or intend that you see a glorious goddess of white light, graceful, kind, and lovingly devoted to you, gazing upon you. From her loving gaze emerges a protective field of powerful white light, which enters your body, heart, mind, and soul, clearing and healing and blessing you from within. That light expands to softly touch, bless, heal, and illuminate all the spaces within and around you on every level through all dimensions. Let this happen to the extent you can. Allow it to feel as euphoric or peaceful as you wish. Rest in this energy for a time. When you are ready, bring yourself back to the present moment by grounding yourself, connecting with the flow of the breath in and out, and hydrating your body. You have completed your healing process. And so when you're ready, you can go ahead and open your eyes and come back to this moment. And now I'm really glad that I called in that Tridevi piece. I'm glad I invoked the mantra because I feel like we already called that energy in. So hopefully you were able to really receive that. And this could be a beautiful practice. Maybe you could kind of combine this as you're listening to the Tridevi in the morning and really work with this starting throughout this weekend. Okay, so I will post that. If you just want to be in a receptive receiving space for those who don't want to work with mantra as far as learning or entering any 40-day practice, for our final week that'll be coming up next week, I really encourage you to just every morning when you wake, turn on in the background the Tridevi mantra that I will post. It's a really beautiful rendition of it. It's very calming and soothing, and you can even just have it playing as you're starting to wake, and starting to get your day going. But first thing when you turn it on and you're listening to it, take a few moments, to just gaze into your hands and fill your hands with that energy. And then maybe you can close your eyes and go internally, and you can work with this particular, uh, you know, meditation. I like that she brought in this piece of working with it. It kind of combines the two things. So I like that I brought in the piece that had come in for me with the ancestors and how that marries. I mean, it's such a beautiful connecting point, and it's such a beautiful connecting point cross-culturally because it was shared with me, through my ancestors as, bringing great spirit in and aligning your energy with great spirit, but also clearing the channel so you can have that connection with I am through you and ground it in material reality. Because once you let that feather pass through and it lands on the ground, it merges with the earth, and all that old energy is absorbed and recycled and composted and returned as renewable energy, fertilizer for new things to grow. And so it's just a real simple way of remembering that connection, and in a way that you can work with visually. And it's so fast, so instantaneous. But I love this piece she brought in. And it's almost making me want to add an added layer to her practice where, I see it as a white feather, this white feather from the eagle coming down, right? But what if once it lands in your soul, we bring in a little bit of that Garuda energy? and the feather becomes gold, right? Because he's the golden eagle. And so this gold, this alchemical gold, you're holding this feather of gold, Garuda, the vehicle that allows the creative energy to come through within that space of you. And since you're already listening to that Tri-Devi mantra, and you already did activate it in your hands by spending a few moments focused there, and now you're internal, all right? You allow the avenue to come through you by visualizing as you're listening to the mantra playing in your atmosphere, right? The light emanating from Parvati, the Tri-Devi. I love that, and allowing that to fill you up. And then maybe after you're done with that, part of grounding is you can take it further, and you can let that feather then continue on downward, just sort of like close that too. It's always good to sort of like have a grounding point for anything you're visualizing, working with. You can then, after it's rested in you for a bit, it can float all the way down and it can land on the earth, and you're like earthing the energy and then come back. So this is all stuff that you can work with, work through you to activate that creative life force energy. But I know we're about to head into a time where sort of like, we're about to head into that time again where things start getting unusual. That's what I feel. It's like there was a little bit of integration period, but now it's going to start getting cooking. And I feel that very strongly just because it's already been picking up the past couple of days, just finding the coloring sheet and the connecting point, and then the feather visualization, and, how that came in with this, how this card presented itself this week. I didn't even have to pick it up off of the tree. It was delivered. It was delivered from the tree. The tree gave it up. Okay, so this is all like very significant right now, but you're being asked to kind of sweep away that heavier energy. We've been talking about this for such a long time that we really do need to start actively building the light. We can't keep staying in the darkness. It's essential. And in some cases, that may mean for a while, you have to move forward. You have to progress at a different rate than others on the path, right? We're kind of having that play out in our community, just around the quest, those that are questing for the jewels of the Tuatha De Danann. Some are still back at Frag Rock. They're aware of their truth, but they haven't spoken it yet. So they haven't pulled it from the sheath. So the power hasn't been activated. The power hasn't been activated yet. So they're not able to move into the place of action with the spirit blue. And some of them are not even up to the cauldron yet. I mean, we know that. That came through. That was the message here. Somebody lost their tickets. They're still back at the carnival. They're still looking for their tickets so they can go on the ride. And this was one of the little I had some, maybe I should tell you all the little messages that came through for me. I'll just read them off. They were just random words that came through. They may not mean anything to me right now, but they will later, okay? It might be the same for you. There might be a specific message that comes in through all of you, but when I was coloring and I was doing that exercise for the first day last night, I started like writing different things down, and I got this, up here, there's like, it looks like a roller coaster, right? And so that reminds me of the journey of life, right? It's never just like a straight line, or when we're going for a certain goal or we're trying to reach for our destiny, it's never just this like steady ascent, right? There's hills that you climb, and then you get the big drop, right? And some of those drops are dramatic, right? They take the wind out of you, your belly goes up in your throat, and you got the butterflies going, all right? Some of them are thrilling, some of them are terrifying. There's loop-de-loops, there's corkscrews, and so I feel like that's what this ride is a little bit like, especially at this time and what will be leading up to destiny. Like, it's time to get on the roller coaster, and the thing is there's a different way to ride a roller coaster too. Like, some people are terrified of roller coasters and they cling, and they're screaming the whole time, and some people throw their hands up when they go down the drop, right? And they get into the exhilaration of it all and the excitement of it all, and they're laughing and they're joyous, and some people are scream laughing, you know what I'm saying? Everybody has a different reaction. Some people get off and they're like, oh, I want to go on again, right? And then other people get sick, So there's this piece that the journey is going to look really different. It's not going to stay on a steady track, all right? And so you have to be able to be flexible as you move forward. You have to move forward with more fluidity. You have to be more open. You have to work with this chaos energy because it is at the forefront, but chaos doesn't have to be destructive. It's all about your habituation. It's all about your mentality. It's all about, you know, the way you're exercising it outwardly in the world. You can play with this energy. It can be exciting. It can be thrilling. It can be interesting, you know? I mean, it would be boring if it was just a straight, like you're on a conveyor belt into your future. No, thank you. I'd rather have some interest, right? I'd rather have some diversity. I'd rather have some excitement, you know, some enthusiasm, some laughs, some adventure, right? So this was a phrase that came through, and it's a phrase I've said before here: get the ticket, go for the ride, right? So you're being asked to get the ticket, go for the ride. And then this came in, Canadian Pacific Railway. I feel like that's a message for somebody in particular. And what that came from is I was looking on the carnival ride, the carnival prizes here, right? And isn't it interesting that right around the Spear of Blue time, the cash and prizes theme came through. Remember that? We did a read about it. Cash and prizes. So it reminded me of that time, carnival prizes. But there were certain letters missing here that were torn out. And so I felt that it was connected to this energy that lost their ticket, all right? So maybe there's some people that are feeling kind of lost, and maybe these can provide some clues. So the letters that were missing were R and N from carnival, and it made me think registered nurse. That's what came through there. So there might be a registered nurse component. It might be you're dealing with a health challenge, and this is what's got you held back. You might be looking for some way to find a new avenue to explore to bring some kind of health issue into balance. And this is what's got you distracted. You may be a registered nurse. You may be working really hard. You may be working overtime. And so you're a little held back. You know, be patient with yourself. All right. Also, CP was partially obstructed. And the CP is how I arrived at this Canadian Pacific Railway. Kansas also connects to this, okay? And I'm not going to go into that here, but it's now known as like the Canadian Pacific Kansas something railway, right? So Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. It's like the Wizard of Oz piece coming in as well, which is all about an adventure. And so there may be this aspect of, in order to be able to like get your ticket, go for the ride, maybe there's a certain quality you need to grok, you know, in order to find your way home. First of all, you have to realize the power's been with you all along. You have to use your brain, all right? You need to find some courage, and you need to have your heart in it, okay? So this is also coming very front and center. On the bottom line here, the two letters that we're missing are R and I, all right? R and I, and that made me think Rhode Island. So I don't know if there's a Rhode Island connection for somebody. Also, there's the Z is partially missing. So I could see it as sort of like a slang way of writing rise. Okay, so you're meant to rise. You're not meant to stay down in that south node energy. You're not meant to stay in the karmic loop. You're not meant to stay in the karmic cycle and just repeat the same things over and over again. You're meant to like tear that up. You know, that's not part of your story anymore. That's not part of the vision anymore. When I think of like drawing images, you know, these can be used like vision boards, right? And then there were certain numbers that came through. The number that is destroyed here is 8. And that's interesting because 8, when you turn it on its side, is the infinity symbol. All right, it's the infinity symbol right there. I got a golden ticket. But also 8 is about power, all right? And it's also about manifestation and abundance as well. And when we look at working with the energy of 8, we always have to look at power and how we're working with power. Are we working with power in a balanced or an imbalanced way? And in order for there to be a balance of power, there needs to be like that center balancing point between shadow light principles. Okay. If you're too focused on the shadow, you're automatically going to have that balance off, right? And then if that balance is off, then you can have distortions in your manifestations. It can have a detrimental effect. The other numbers that came in here, which could potentially be like life path numbers, 8 shows up again in 26. So those of you who are a life path 26, there's this skateboarding imagery that's coming forward here. I get this really is like you're about to skate ahead. The things don't have to be as hard as you're making them. You know, maybe you need to work a few tricks, okay? Like pull out an ollie or something. Like you don't have to like just like feel like you have to do things the conventional way. I also think of skaters. I think of people are a little, you know, they're unconventional. They're innovative. They're always learning new tricks. They're always trying new things. They're daring, right? They're a bit daring. It's daring to go down on a drop as a skater, right? So this piece coming in, I feel like you're about to move forward. You're about to move forward very rapidly. And that's something interesting coming in there. Also, somebody is about to get, you're about to get an endorsement, all right? That's for somebody. 26-8 life path number. 6 life path number here came in associated with this hat that I associated with Dr. Seuss, all right? So there might be some need to sort of like bring in a little bit of that simplistic, playful wisdom. Because if we think about Dr. Seuss, there's a lot of depth there in something that's hidden within what seems very elementary, right? It seems very basic. It may even seem childish, right? We think of Dr. Seuss, we think of children's books, but then if you take something like The Lorax, that's a really deep story that discusses really deep issues. And there's always some deeper undercurrent that runs through Dr. Seuss, but it's approached in a more kind of playful way, a more creative way. So I feel this is a bit of like trying on that cap for size, not making things so heavy, tapping into more of the creative aspect of life and understanding that things don't always have to be heavy on the path when you're growing or when you're learning new things. Maybe you've adopted this sort of like spiritual dogma where you feel like, well, the only way to learn is through suffering, or you know, you have to go through constant trials and hardship to grow. No, actually, you can grow joyfully. You can grow playfully. You can grow creatively. And so it's about tapping into that a little bit. I also feel like some of you with a 6 life path number, you might really need to maybe get into doing some writing. Maybe you're being asked to do some creative writing at this time. That's going to unlock something in you. It's going to open up something in you. We have life path number 5. Okay, I feel like you're in a dark passage right now, but you're not using tools that are at your disposal to sort of like shine a light into that dark. It's almost like you're afraid to pull out what you know is true to kind of illuminate your way ahead. There's a truth you're not wanting to see, and it's time that you have the courage to use that truth, you know, to illuminate your way forward. For those of you, I feel it's like something you know that's true for you inside. You really want to bring this thing forward. You want it to light your way forward, but it's something you're kind of like you're holding in. You're not activating it yet, and this might be because you're not sure how other people will react to it, or you're afraid you'll be judged for it, or you're not even sure how to go about it. But there's something about just allowing yourself to start to take some steps in this direction will start to light your path ahead. So it's really time for you to start to really step into your truth as you move forward on your path, and stop nursing this thing in the dark. It's almost like you only allow yourself to have this light in your life in hidden places. And you're actually not meant to hold your light within or to hide it from others. You're actually supposed to shine it forward. So you're being asked to activate that now. Again, you may be needing to learn something as well. You might also need to travel light. You may be somebody who is too ruled by convention or dogma or tradition or rules, or your family may have a lot to say. Maybe your family makes you feel like a child and you're grown. Okay, this piece here, because we got number 23, which is also 5. Okay, it's also a Discordian. It's also very central to Discordianism, the law of fives. All right, look that up. I'll go into the law of fives more on parlor tricks. I'm not going to bring all those concepts in here because I want this to be a place that's really accessible for everybody, no matter what walk of life they come from, and where everybody feels they can benefit. If you want to go deeper on some of these other tangents, then I have different avenues for you to go through there. That's why Cobra's medicine bag can be really beneficial for those who are drawn more to the yogic path or the tantric path, things along these lines. Those who are doing that kind of consciousness raising work. And parlor tricks can be more for people that are in that sort of creative, play space, wide open, deconstructing belief systems, Discordianism, Timothy Leary, psychonaut type stuff. You know what I'm talking about? But here it's a space where all of it can kind of gather together, along with astrology and readings and all these other aspects, into a comprehensive whole that's accessible for everybody, right? So I have different funnels for this stuff, but you may need to branch out a little further. Maybe you're even curious about this, all right? Maybe you're like, I'm curious about this Discordianism, but I'm not quite sure. And I don't know, all right? So it might be something you're kind of like, you're in the closet about. Maybe you're a Discordian and you're in the closet and you need to come out of the closet and you need to let yourself really explore Discordianism, like these far out concepts. Maybe you think people will think you're really weird. Who cares? Let your freak flag fly, man. I mean, there's nothing bad that can happen when you blow your mind wide open. There really isn't, we all can do for destruction of our BS, of our belief systems. When you start to look at life in a new way, it just opens up a whole new dimension of reality for you. And Discordianism is super expansive, right? It's super expansive, but it's not in any way destructive, Is it destructive in one aspect? Yeah, it's destructive and creative. It's chaos and motion, but it's working with it in a very balanced, harmonious way. It's being the center point of that, all right? Using it as a creative activating force. It's acknowledging, yes, destruction is here. And sometimes destruction is exactly what's needed. We need to decrease to increase, all right? So there's a lot of like a philosophical approach that can come in, a lot of stoicism that can come in. But then again, on the flip side of that, a lot of, out there sort of mentally exploratory, spiritually exploratory. There's no borders. There's no rules. There's no absolutes in Discordianism, right? So it's more of a real creative space, spiritually, mentally, all right? So I feel like you might be just starting to learn about this, all right? Those of you with a life path number 5, especially if you're 23-5, all right? It might be time for you to start to learn about Discordianism. You might need to get out a little bit of your dogmatic thinking. You might need to dismantle the framework a bit and allow yourself to move into more of a space where there aren't certainties and get comfortable there. You might be somebody that's more like, no, it's this way. It's absolute. It's just, this is the truth. There's no other, but yet you're curious. You're curious with the flashlight. I don't know. I kind of want to explore this a little bit, but it's really a conflict with my BS, man. It's at odds with my belief system. Well, flush the BS, man, and just let yourself start to learn. Be a student. Be the fool. All right? Now, I mean, Discordianism is all about the fool. It's all about the hero's journey, okay? Be the fool. It's sacred to be the fool. It's sacred to be the clown, okay? Yeah, it's trickster energy, but it's the tricks we play on ourselves. It's the tricks we play on ourselves with the smoke and mirrors and, just like in Oz, it's the wizard, it's the wizard behind the curtain, the omnipotent wizard, just pulling these levers. It's all like a smoke and mirror show. You know what I'm saying? So it might be time for you to sort of like break out of the box. Like, don't be fenced in, man. You might need to like activate, a little bit more exploratory energy. That could be the very thing that helps you get your ticket so you can go for the ride. You know what I'm saying? Then there's life path number 9, right? That's a very much like spiritual energy, Also heavy karmic energy, closing old cycles, And it's interesting, the imagery that comes in with the 9 is this, like, it looks like a beach ball. Okay, so maybe you're still on the beach. You haven't jumped into the cauldron yet. All right, you haven't jumped into the cauldron yet. You're still kicking the ball around on the beach. You're looking at the cauldron of Dagda. You're looking at that great ocean. You hear everybody out there, swimming around, and you're thinking of jumping in, but you're not sure. All right, you're still kind of playing with the idea, toying with the idea. I just heard this. Oh, that's a really interesting message come through. You might be somebody of the more Gothic persuasion for this come in, but I just heard a line from Alien Sex Fiend. It's from his song Class of 1969, okay? Class of 69. And there's a line in the song. It's right at the best point of the song. It's right before the energy really builds and it gets into this whole, It actually heads into a really like sensual part of the song, but he says, "It's my ball and I don't want to play." And I feel like you might be a little bit in that space, like but you really want to. You do. You want to be in the water with everybody. But there's a part of you maybe that's attached to a certain identity. And you could be somebody who's normally like you present as very goth, or you're like you're really into sort of like you like to present sort of a darker image, and maybe you become very attached to this, and it's like, well, you can still, whatever. You like to dress goth, you like to, wear the goth makeup, you like to, walk through life looking like, Count Dracula. I mean, that whatever floats your boat. That doesn't mean that you can't hold that and you can't still explore the lighter side of life. Why would you want to limit yourself in that way? That's kind of boring if you really think about it. So you might be somebody that you've been very attached to a certain way of seeing yourself, and you've formed a certain identity with it, like, well, but this is what's cool, or this is what people expect out of me, or this is my image, all right? And maybe you're being asked to dismantle that a little bit, but only you can do that. And you're welcome, like you're welcome to come in, like the water feels fine, right? And everybody's welcome here. But in order to, participate, I mean, it's your ball. You got to play it. Do you want to play? Do you want to come along for the ride, right? You may be sitting there just kicking that ball on the shoreline, by yourself, and you're, feeling a little frustrated about it. Oh, I think I hit the mark though, because I didn't even make the connection, but I see it now. Look at this. There we go. Boom, slam dunk. Okay, it looks like you're going to play. It looks like you're going to jump in. You're going to hop in. That's good. So somebody is just about to jump in this quest for the third jewel, for the cauldron of Dagda. You've been held up a little bit. You did exercise your sword of truth. You did speak your truth, but you've been afraid to really take an action in a certain direction. I see you're about to take this action. That's good. And I think you're going to shoot that shot. You're going to make it. It says slam dunk. It says slam dunk. All right. You might be somebody who also enjoys basketball. Okay. That might be your thing. Then we got 3, life path 3. Hats off is what came in with this. Hats off, okay? You might be somebody who wears caps a lot. You might be somebody who plays sports. You might be a truck driver. You might have some kind of clothing merchandise, okay? Could be coming in strongly for life path 3. Any with these numbers, I'm using them as life path 3, but also that number could be very significant to you too. Hats off. Hats off. Usually you say hats off to someone. It's a sign of respect, okay? So it's like there's something about, understanding that, like, hats off to you. If you're in this journey of transformation, you're working on moving through some difficult stuff, hats off to you. No matter what stage of it you're at, you're still in it. No matter what process you're going through, no matter what stage of the journey you're in, whether it's with Panchakarma or, working through the jewels of the Tuatha De Danann, like, you're right where you need to be, and you're still part of it. You know what I'm saying? We are all still together. And And that's kind of what I really realized also as well with the whole cauldron of Dagda and how it referenced that great ocean. Like, even though there's people who haven't gotten in that ocean yet, you know, we're all still connected in it. We're all still there because I am. You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting. So the more of us that can do that deep dive and can do the emotional healing work and are really ready to do this alchemy work and leave behind the heaviness and move more into that light giving energy, the more that others will start to go in that direction too, because it builds a momentum. All right. But hats off to you, you know. Maybe you need to like show yourself a little more respect. Maybe you need to acknowledge yourself for the growth that you have been through and where you're at in your journey and what you've come to understand. Okay, so there's something about respect here, all right, coming through very strongly. And then this was really, really interesting here. This came in with this bear, and it made me think of that Alanis Morissette song that everybody always gets the "You Ought to Know," their first song. You ought to know, okay? It made me think of that line that everybody always gets wrong, all right? They often hear it as the cross-eyed bear that you gave to me, but she really says the cross-eyed bear, all right? So I think there's some kind of misunderstanding in whatever situation that you're dealing with here. And that's for life path number 8. 8 could be significant. This is also something that's blocking manifestation. In some way, your vision is blocked. Like you're looking at things in cross purposes. It's also interesting too. It's sort of like, because what I put here is that somebody was, this is the imagery I got in my mind's eye. So I feel like it's more a metaphor, okay? Or maybe it's actual, but it feels like a metaphor, okay? So like somebody is given one of these, like, just like in the Alanis Morissette song, "You Ought to Know," okay? Was given this gift of this like teddy bear, let's say. And for the way it came in, this teddy bear it looks a little fucked up, okay? So, you know, we've all seen that. I mean, it makes me think of, I used to have this statue of St. Anthony. I don't have it here, okay? It's back in California. And the statue of St. Anthony came with a little baby Jesus, all right? And I got the statue of St. Anthony because I was working with calling in more love in my life, okay? More love in my life. And there was a whole process you had to go through with it. It was a bit of learning this specific tradition that goes back from, it's done a lot in Mexico. There's a whole thing with St. Anthony. Anyway, St. Anthony opens the gates, okay? St. Anthony is who you invoke when you're looking for lost things, right? It's when we say, "Anthony, Anthony, look around, something's lost and can't be found." We're working with St. Anthony. And St. Anthony connects to Papa Legba, the keeper of the crossroads, okay? He opens up the gates. And so I was at a place in my life where I was just really ready to be more in touch with the love that was available to me in the world. I was calling love in, all right? And St. Anthony, all right, had this baby Jesus, all right? Had this baby Jesus that he held. And there was one point when I was doing a lot of spiritual cleansing work on the path that the baby Jesus ended up missing. It was just like gone, couldn't find him. I just came home from work one day and all of a sudden baby Jesus wasn't in St. Anthony's arms anymore. I'm like, "Where's baby Jesus?" And it was at the same time that this happened that there was a glass of water that was knocked over. And I got this image that came through in my mind's eye at that time that was like, "Don't throw the baby out with the bath water." Okay, so this may be coming in for life path number 8, or the 8 number could be significant. Don't throw the baby out with the bath water. And what's funny here, this is what's really funny. The baby Jesus, we kind of, it's a little irreverent, okay? I'm not meaning to offend anybody, but I finally found the baby Jesus. The baby Jesus showed up, and the way the baby Jesus showed up was really bizarre. And I don't even, to this day, I have no rational explanation for how the baby Jesus showed up, but this is how he showed up. I finally found the baby Jesus. And when I found him, he was like tucked away somewhere where I never would have put him, and I hadn't touched it. Like I said, I went to work, came home, baby Jesus was missing from St. Anthony. And when I found baby Jesus was like under all this stuff and was swaddled, was wrapped up in this. It was like one of my scarves was like swaddled. It was so wild. It was the weirdest freaking thing. So I found baby Jesus, but I posted a picture of it, right? I posted a picture of it on Facebook. I'm like, I found baby Jesus. Look how he showed up. This was a long time ago, right? And Jesus had crossed eyes. You know, however they made him in the factory, whoever painted him with crossed eyes. So somebody called him, oh, sweet crossed-eyed baby Jesus. Okay, so this is what it's reminding me of, this bear imagery, because I got this crossed-eyed bear, right? You ought to know. There's something you're not seeing in this situation where you're kind of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's something that can be reinvented here, or there's something that can be approached in a new way. It doesn't have to be an all-out loss. Like you're throwing something away that shouldn't necessarily be thrown away. It still has value, even though you may think it doesn't look the way you thought it should look, like it's crossed-eyed, right? It doesn't look quite how you thought it should look. And there's also some kind of like, ooh, like a little maybe confusion about this. Why doesn't this look like this? Why didn't this turn out the way it should? And I put here ripped eyes off, okay? So what came through around this is like somebody got like a teddy bear, you know, from somebody that they were sweet on, right? And maybe the bear had some like screwed up eyes, like crossed eyes, and they got angry at this person and they ripped the eyes off, okay? Now they can't see their way forward. That goes out to somebody there, all right? I don't know who that goes out to. This could be, I have to say, it could be in working with magic, okay? It could be in working with magic because it did come in through St. Anthony. And I was at a time in my life where I really was just feeling like I was going through so much heaviness, right? There was so much shadow. It was a time of deep shadow in my life, and I felt like there's just no love. And so I wanted to connect with the love in myself, and I wanted to connect with the love in the world, right? So there might be some way out here that you are looking at things in such a way where you got a skewed view, and there's something that you're throwing aside because it doesn't look the way you thought it should look. And actually, you're not looking at it accurately. And maybe instead of looking at it cross-eyed, like in confusion, you should cross those eyes and look up at the third eye to get a new vision, so you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Okay? Maybe this is somebody you love, and maybe there's something there that can be retrieved. That's what I got, okay? There's something there that can be retrieved, and maybe it doesn't look the way you thought it should look. And maybe it's silly, or maybe you feel silly or a little confused, okay? Or cross purposes. But don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And it's also sort of makes me think like an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Yeah, it's got those vibes, okay? There is a way to see love in this situation. There is a way to see compassion in this situation, even if you can't connect with that. And then as you start to realize that and even just open up to the possibility, you discover more of the love within yourself. And as you discover the love within yourself, and that love within yourself starts to grow, then it allows that gate to open, right? It's like Papa opens the gate, you know, the way through is found, the road rises up to meet you. And then your soulmates, you know, the loves, right? The love, the support, those that you are meant to be with, those you're meant to align with, the road rises up to meet you. So that love could be, you know, a lover. That love could be a friend. That love could be a mentor. That love could be a teacher, okay? But there's something that's in your situation that's in a process of transformation. You don't have an accurate view of it. And you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You might have a lot of anger about it, but it's sort of like that anger, as much as you may be looking at another and you might have some sense of spite, or you might have some sense of jealousy because you feel like, well, why should this person have this and I don't, or whatever it may be. There's something that needs to be transformed here, because in some respect, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And as soon as you realize that, there might be a 5 connection here too. Maybe this is what you need to shine the light on. Could be there's some truth you need to speak out about regarding this, okay? Regarding a certain connection. Maybe you've had something hidden that you haven't shared, and you need to share it. You need to shine a light on it, right? If you do that, it can light your way forward, right? And then you get into that cauldron of Dagda, right? You can go through that transformational journey. Then we got, let's see what came in over here. We have this cotton candy stand. And it made me think of Killer Clowns from Outer Space, because that came in during our whole journey through the Sphere of Blue, when that download came in, right? And they come from cotton candy pods. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie, but it's a real funny movie. I think I'm dealing with some people that are a bit goth in nature, okay? And maybe they think it's not cool to move more, or it'll somehow tarnish their image if they move more into this kind of arena where they're moving in a more light-hearted space instead of sort of projecting this like, I'm so dark. You know what I mean? I feel like that because these kind of references keep coming through in this situation here, all right? But there's this piece here about, I don't know why I wrote this, but look, it might ring for somebody, so I'll bring it in. I wrote artisanal hipster spun sugar. So it's like this salesman here, but he's just selling Kool-Aid, all right? So this might ring for somebody. And then I wrote this. It started up here, and it went on down here, and it's actually something from Neville Goddard. Okay, so you'll have to look up Neville Goddard, but he takes the Bible and he actually translates it. Dark like serious. Could be. It could be people that are used to working a dark path. They have curiosity. Could be people who want to, oh, that came through. That's very interesting. Hoard the light. Could be energy harvesters, sure. But you know what? Nobody can hoard the light. It doesn't work like that. And it's kind of funny because they already have it. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. They already have it. They already have it. You know, people, you're both. You are that. But it's what you're choosing to focus on. That's the mental master of the 3 masters in the art gallery of the 9 degrees Libra Sabian symbol. Yeah, sure. There's a lot of dark energies out there. Yes. You know, some people choose to use their egos in that way. You know, they want to, they're acting out their traumas. They blame other people for the state their life's in. It's your fault, you know, so I'm going to get back at you. They have no real true identity. They have no true understanding of who they really are. It's all them. And they're creating that on the stage of life. But it's interesting. So Neville Goddard, okay, he takes, way back when, you'll have to look him up, right? Neville Goddard takes passages from the Bible and he translates it into what it actually is, a book of alchemy, so you understand how to work with it. And this piece came through. You are limited only by your lack of imagination and focus on the feeling of your destiny fulfilled. So it's kind of funny. So I'll give an example. Let's say you're really into that, you know, you're into that stuff, but maybe you focused on it so long, you're into the more darker side of life. Maybe you like to explore more of the taboo. Maybe you've been doing a lot of shadow work, you know, maybe you're fascinated by necromancy. I'm going to speak to this set now, okay? Maybe you're a goth at heart or whatever. And so you're constantly like steeped in this energy that's all about, you know, the heavier stuff in life, you know, the darker, deeper emotions. A lot of gothic music does. I know. I love goth music, okay? I love goth music. I love all of that stuff. And I've walked those paths too. But there's this thing that happens that if you focus too much on that, to the exclusion of everything else, it can be difficult at some points, especially if the current environment is heavy or you're dealing with a lot of heavy challenges in your life. It can be hard to even begin to see the light or build the creative energy because it can become kind of a heavy, mired sort of energy. It can be beautiful, it can be deep, it can be rich. But if you also don't balance it out with a little levity and a little play, and then you allow it to get distorted and you start taking it into a destructive direction, it can be harmful. And those of you who have truly, walked paths of goth and you've been really steeped in that culture, you can run into some dysfunction in those sets, right? You can run into dysfunctional people in those sets because they're so fixated on just that aspect that it's almost like they feel like it's not even cool to look at the lighter side of life. But that can actually work against you, right? So you can still have your aesthetic, you can still enjoy the music you enjoy, and you can still call the light in, all right? It's all about how you channel your focus. And again, don't get attached to labels. Don't get attached to your identities that you've constructed. And what, would it be embarrassing? I mean, what, is that a social component maybe that's become habitualized? Like, yeah, but people are used to seeing me like this. And if I switch this up now, and maybe people judge me or what? That's silly. Who cares? Who cares? Like, flow with what speaks to you. That's what matters, You don't have to abandon any aspects of yourself that are intrinsic to you. It's about bringing these aspects of yourself into balance. So you're not so fixated on one thing that you become myopic. Because if you become myopic, you channel some quality here that keeps you, from really able to access your full potential. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, I can only exercise my creative force in the world through this one expression. And that doesn't allow you to really realize the full scope of who you can be. The broad scope of who you can be. I'm going to read that quote again. You are limited only by your lack of imagination and focus on the feeling of your destiny fulfilled. So if you get too attached to a particular identity because it's cool, or this is my brand, or this is how people know me, and if I break from that, then I'm going to lose some kind of respect, or I no longer have legitimacy or street cred, whatever. Okay, now I understand why I brought in this artisanal hipster spun sugar. Well, I did that before it was cool. Okay, it's that kind of vibe. All right, there's this piece here about, at some point it's just Kool-Aid. When does counterculture become drinking the Kool-Aid? When does counterculture actually become conformity? Is it really counterculture if it keeps you in a box? Is it really counterculture if you're worried about how other people will view you, judge you? Is it really counterculture if you allow your identity to rule over you so much that you're afraid to explore a different aspect of who you are because you're afraid of how it'll look, that you'll lose your street cred? So I think that's why that came in there. Very interesting. Now this part, I feel there's some people that maybe, have started down a process of growth, transformation. I know artisanal hipster spun sugar. So this is somebody who's just like, they talk a lot of talk, they think it sounds good, it's sort of like, it reminds me of that like polished turd energy. You can't polish a turd. It's still a turd. You can put like sprinkles on it, whipped cream. Doesn't make it a hot fudge sundae. It's still a turd. You know what I'm saying? There's something here that you need to let go. I feel like it's for this, it's really revolving around identity. You know, it's a revolving around identity and feeling like you have to wear a certain identity in order to be like cool. And that it's never okay to sort of like, there's nothing punk rock about conformity. That's I love that you bring this in. I love that you bring this in. Okay? Because even like that's the perfect thing to bring in there. Perfect thing to bring in there. Because even within the punk rock community, there's all this stuff like, well, there's these kind of punks, so there's these kind of punks, and there's their kind of punk, and blah, 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 blah. And if you wear that, you're this kind of punk. If you wear that, you're that kind of punk, and blah, 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 blah. And to me, I'm like, oh my God. You know, I'm not even tapped into all of that. And I understand that it has like certain kind of social identity and also a statement piece, like it means a certain thing. It creates certain distinctions. But at what point does that become conformity? And what point does that become limiting? Like one thing that I've always said about punk is, and a lot of people disagree with me. And when they disagree with me, they always bring in these kind of things about, well, the clothing and the music. And I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are we talking Hot Topic punk or are we talking punk? I have always felt that Bob Dylan is the original punk. I always felt that very strongly. And this is when people always disagree with me and they say, no, he's folk, he's this, and the way he dresses and the way he sings and the style of the music and the crowd. And I'm like, that's so not punk. Like everything you're saying right now is the antithesis of punk. Punk is a lifestyle. Yes, I agree with that. Beyond that, even more so, punk is a movement. And this is what people have forgotten. Thank you. I'm glad you see. It's nice that you look through the same, window in the grid as I do. I appreciate that you recognize that too. It's a philosophy. I like what you're bringing in. I like how you're feeding it. It's a philosophy. It's a movement. It's a spirit. It's an attitude. Okay. Punk is Discordianism. Okay. That's the perfect way to kind of like make it so people can really understand it on a more, let's say, just sort of like through a window they could relate to it too. Okay. Discordianism is punk. It's the like, no, I won't be defined. I will not be subjected to rules. I am a creative force in motion. Jim Morrison was punk as well. Absolutely. I agree with that too, right? It is that I'm going to be the creative expression of who I am. I am, right? And there are no rules around that. It can come through many different, channels of expression. And I don't have to stay within one expression of it either. I can branch out from it. It stops being that creative force, though. It stops being progressive. It stops being a movement. It stops being a philosophy. It stops being a lifestyle when it becomes a cage, when it becomes a limitation, when it becomes a set definition, when it becomes something that you have to conform to now. Then it's not punk anymore. It's something else. What is it? I don't know. All right. When we look at punk, we're looking at the recognition that, truth is subjective. Everything is true. Everything's permitted. Discordian philosophy. I like to flip-flop it too, the other way. I've started to flip-flop it too. Nothing's true. Everything's permitted. Nothing's true. Nothing's permitted. It's all of it. It's all of it. It's all of it simultaneously. That's punk. And punk is a feeling, and it's expressing the feeling around that. The feeling of wanting freedom. The feeling of wanting freedom. Freedom at all costs. It's the spirit, and it's that freedom of I'd rather live free than die in a cage. That's punk. And Bob Dylan is every bit as much about that as anybody with a wearing the costume. Wearing the costume. Wearing the costume. It has nothing to do with that. Don't matter what you wear. And if we want to look really at the roots, when we want to get beyond all the styles of clothes and the styles of music and all that stuff, if you really want to get to the roots of what is the basis of the punk movement, it rose up out of oppression. It rose up out of poverty. You know, why do, you know, a lot of punks have stuff like safety pins in the clothes and, you know, there's holes in the clothes and things are worn? Why? When you don't have money, okay, you got to work with what you got. Your clothes start to get holes in them. You buy stuff at the secondhand store. You piece things together with freaking, you know, safety pins. And then here comes this music that speaks to this, you know, this frustration you feel about being trapped in a system that you can't escape, right? And so you start working with it. It becomes your style, right? This is how style develops. Like, people forget these things. And there's different, of course, different people from different walks of life, from different communities with different things they're trying to rise up out of. They start to work with that medium, okay, creatively, to use their style as a way to express what they feel inside, okay? But in no way does that become the definition of the roots of it, right? So it's all kind of interesting. So I feel like this is speaking to also a set of people that are very attached to identity, you know, and they don't realize the way that their identity or their image, their reputation even, has become this very confining, suffocating thing that actually has started to really be in conflict with the very sort of counterculture ideas, expression they think they really embody. All right. This piece too. This piece too. Artisanal, hipster, spun sugar. Fight the perpetual oppression. Yes. You know, it is rebellion. It is a rebellious energy. But rebellion also, again, here's where we can bring the light in. You know, the first place people go, because it's been programmed. I love that you brought the punk piece in, Angela. It's been so programmed, right? We think of anarchy. This is something you hear about a lot with punk, right? And yes, you know, there is the aggression in the music, and there's this driving force forward, and there's also propaganda, and there's also what is perpetuated, you know, by the media about what anarchy is, correct? Like, so many people, they hear the word anarchy, they have this knee-jerk response, they automatically think it's about violence, and it's destruction, and it's hatred, and it's all this clashing. Are there people who've taken that on and they've distorted it? Sure. But they're also just running the algorithm. Now you're the man. Do you understand? You think you're anti-establishment and you're fully establishment because you're supporting the divisory algorithm. That's not punk. What would be punk rock at this point is to flip the bird to all of that and say, I won't conform to the division. To love is revolutionary, all right? To be able to look at creative ways forward to transform these energies instead of feeling like you have to act out aggressively, instead of playing the game, all right? Playing the game, because they're programming us to play the game. They are. You're programmed to play the game. Why do you think they always highlight in the media, like, oh, you know, the racial divide? They want to incite that. It's Dead Kennedy's riot, right? It's Dead Kennedy's riot. And love is the revolution. And that's why that came forward in the 60s. Because they started to open up to that energy and they recognized, no, that's not the way forward, because that is the establishment. And if you look at somebody like Ram Dass, who wrote Be Here Now, all right? Or Now Be Here. It don't matter what way you look at it, it's all the same trip. Ram Dass, that's an excellent book, okay? He wrote that book when he went to India and he was doing a lot of psychedelics. He went to India because he wanted to have this growth expansion. He also had this idea that, oh, I'm going to take over these, you know, psychedelics, and I want to talk to the gurus. I want to talk to the masters there. I want to see, you know, what they have to say about this consciousness expansion. Plus, he was just really growing on his path. And I mean, he met some yogis, you know, even like fully, I don't remember what yogi it was, but he gave this yogi like so many tabs of acid. He was like, said it was like an ungodly amount. And in fact, the yogi took in more than he thought was like even safe. He's like, oh my gosh, like this is an inhuman amount of acid. And he saw this yogi take this, and then he's sitting there with the yogi and he's waiting to see like, oh, what's going to happen to this dude, man? And the dude was like, yeah, meditation's better. It like didn't affect him, because that's why I brought in that piece, you know, with all the questioning. It's like, it's psycho, not panchakarma. It's like, you don't even need it. You don't even need that. It's already inside of you. Like, you can access it at any point. But I brought Ram Dass in because he wrote that book. So he went through a whole like spiritual revolution. Let's call it a revolution. That's what he went through. Ram Dass went through this huge spiritual revolution in India. You know, his journey started with psychedelics, and then it got expanded on when he went to India and he started, you know, working with yoga. And he wrote that book during the time that he was going through this transformation. And he has all kinds of stuff in this book. There's a brown section of the book. It looks like it's written on like a paper bag. It's not, but it's just the way they printed it up, okay? And he's got drawings with it, and just, it's kind of like his creative process of him going through his spiritual deconstruction, right? Is like his chaos part where everything's getting torn down, all the belief constructs are being thrown out before you come to that place of understanding your true identity. It's true though. I don't need psychedelics. I had this experience. I did psychedelics at one point. It was a part of my path. It was part of my growth, mushrooms specifically. And that was years ago. The last time I had really actively done any of that, I was 21 years old. Okay. It was my 21st birthday. And for the whole month of October, for 31 days straight, for my birthday, I went on the mushroom journey. So I lived in that alternate reality for 31 days straight. And it was, whoa. And by the time I was done with that, I was like, okay, that's it. And I never felt the need to do it after that, because I found that I didn't need to use it anymore. Like I could already access those states of consciousness. That's when I really started going really deep into my path of yoga, and I started working with other things. And I came to an understanding that, oh, I don't even need that to like access these states of consciousness. It's not even necessary. And I totally agree with that guru that, was it Sai Baba? I think it was Sai Baba was the guru. I don't even need to use this to access those states of consciousness. It's all right here already. All right. But many, many years later, okay, I received a gift. I received a gift from somebody I did Panchakarma for. And they said, hey, you know, I got these, you know, I grew them myself, you know, and they're really good. And I don't know if you ever do this, but, you know, I just wanted to say thank you, that you might want to journey with them. Yeah, I mean, the Aztecs used to go and sit on a mountaintop, you know, and they'd use mushrooms to, you know, they said you could stare into the face of God if you did that, you know. They view it as a gateway, you know. It is one avenue that can be explored, and psychonauts absolutely do that. It is a means to an end, and it's even starting to have application within the psychiatric field, right? They're starting to bring in these different elements in a therapeutic capacity, and it's also getting legitimacy, you know. It is being backed up, particularly like on more microdosing levels. Okay, that's a whole other discussion, and I have people that I can bring in to interview on the broadcast around that discussion that can go real deep with that. I don't know, I'll probably do that at some point. I think it could be beneficial for people, okay, just to have an understanding, because there's a lot of misunderstanding about it too. People do use it in a consciousness expansion way. It's not all people just like, oh, I want to have fun, all right? And there's also a certain way you can infuse a lot of reverence around that practice as well, all right? It's all about the approach. It's all about how you approach it, but it's not necessary. You don't even need it, honestly. But in his book, as he's going through this process where he's unraveling and all of his beliefs are getting unraveled, and now he's like starting to get into that essence where he realizes, oh, whoa, wait, I am. The you was dissolving, right? He's in this space of realizing he's the one consciousness, and it's coming through on such a level. And let me tell you, when you have those points, when it really gets activated in you and you're having this awakening, it can feel, okay, you can think you're losing it. And that's because you're not operating within your BS anymore. You're not operating within your belief systems. The structures are dissolving and you're getting in touch with the true nature of reality. But all through that section, he starts writing this stuff about, you know, us versus them, okay? As long as you still see it as the hippies against the cops, you're not there. You're still part of the system. It's almost like to have these labels be dividing points means you are the man, and these are people who fight the man. So he's sort of like, he was you know, putting this forward. If you think about it, you know, the artisanal hipster piece, like, well, I did that before it was cool. It's kind of like that same thing. And all of those hippies back then during, you know, the dawning of the age of Aquarius, where are they now? Like a lot of them became yuppies. They fully sold out, right? They fully sold out, all right? But this is the thing. You had so many hippies back there that were, you know, in this place where they viewed, you know, the government, the establishment, the this, the that, the other, you know, it was the enemy, right? The enemy. And so there's this need also, even as we go into this, because we're heading into the same terrain again. We're there. Once we hit the end of January 2024, we got Pluto moving direct into Aquarius. It's the dawning of the age of Aquarius. It's 1969 all over again, okay? It's my ball. I don't want to play. Okay, well, that mentality is not going to work. Isn't that the same kind of mentality that is present, you know, when we're looking at the established structures in place, or what we label the powers that be? And we must also remember, even within that, okay, this is where we start to really get like, oh gosh, even those figures, they also are that one energy that we're all connected to. Okay, so it's all just different reality tunnels that it's manifesting through. The only way that we can really create change is to start disrupting the programming by doing the opposite. That's how you balance things out, right? We've learned that through Ayurveda. If something's too hot, you cool it down. If something's too dry, you bring in the oil, you bring in the hydration, right? If something's cold, you warm it up, all right? So if something's feeling too stuck, if something's feeling too oppressive, if something's feeling too structured, what's the solution? You got to move the opposite direction. Does that mean you need to go into chaos, destruction? No. You can unravel that programming through creative means. Because the opposite energy is joy. And the opposite energy is freedom. And the opposite energy is creativity. And it's not that there's never any value with having structure. Of course there is. We know that. We're moving through this right now with Pluto and Capricorn. The foundation's important. You need to have a stable structure to build upon. So there does seem to be this tricky terrain to navigate, right? And you know, I don't have the answers, right? Like we're all like working through this creatively together. But my track is that you can't go from point A to point Z overnight. It's a process, right? So to move into these sort of mindsets about, you know, out and out destruction or out and out aggression, when we're looking in terms of anarchy, that's not actually true anarchy. That's still being part of the establishment, is it not? Because though you feel like it's noble or it's vigilante or whatever, what are you doing? You're still oppressing another sector of people. You may feel justified in it, okay? You may feel it's right for you to do that because you felt oppressed by them, but you're playing the same role. You've become the very thing that you despise. You stared into the abyss too long. Now you've become the abyss. The true revolutionary energy is to move into collective consciousness, which is the activation through the individual, through individualization of the truth, the grand T truth, which is, it's all one energy. And we get to define it with little t truth through our own vessel, okay, and how we choose to express it. But as long as we don't lose that core absolute T truth, right, that it's all one energy. So far, that's the only thing that we can agree upon. But even within Discordianism, there's still that room like, well, there could be more that we don't see, right? So it's about having that wide openness, the broad perspective. Well, up to this point, we know this, but there could be more. It could be a ... moment. And as long as we stay open and we allow the freedom of that and the creativity of that and the expression of that, and also the harmoniousness of that, all right? Because as long as we stay in a creative space, this is the truth, there continues to be life, right? There continues to be growth. There continues to be progression. And this is good for everything. It's good for the planet. It's good for us. It's good for everyone, everything in existence. But if we stay in this place of apathy and we focus too much on the problems, or we let our aggression rule over us, we don't activate that creative energy, then it becomes the opposite. And then we move into destruction. Then you have people rioting, you know, dead Kennedys, man. I mean, I just love dead Kennedys. I got tuned into the dead Kennedys when I was like, how old was I? Man, I was like, just turned 12 years old. Yeah, right around there. And I just heard them and everything they said. I mean, to me, it was just genius, you know, Jello Biafra back in the day. I'm not going to expand on that because things have changed, you know, things have changed, right? But back in the day, like what he was saying, the way he expressed it, it's just like, yeah, man, that song Riot has so much to say about that energy, that kind of like the view that is now kind of taken hold of what it means to be an anarchist, right? You were young too, okay, 13. Yeah, this is really like, this was my foundation, okay? I mean, just like to this day, I still love old DK. I still do. I listen to it nonstop because I'm like, it's the truth, man. It's the truth. 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 It's the truth as I know it. As I know it, you know? It may not be somebody else's truth. I got to meet him once. I had a little of a moment with him. I don't know if he would remember. It was more a moment. It was more a shared space. I met him at a Guantanamo School of Medicine show. It was great. They had the basis for Victims Family was there. And it was a really good show. It was a really good show. Oh my God, it was such a good show. And I love the music that they put out too. I do. Some of his philosophies and the ways his viewpoint have changed. I'm kind of like, what? Wait a minute, what happened? But you know, it's his individual expression, and we each have that freedom. You know, he's free to have his own expression. But what happened was he had been up in the balcony, okay, and he'd kind of been like, the show hadn't started yet. Like it was in between bands. There was like a bunch of bands that played at this gig, and he was up in this balcony, is kind of like looking out over the crowd. And I happened to look up and I caught him like looking down at the crowd, and it was in between sets. And he made his way down. Jello made his way down. He was just sort of like weaving through the crowd. And then, I don't know, we had this really weird moment. I still don't know what it was to this day, but he walked right up to me, okay? We were standing, we were like, I mean, we were like this far apart from each other. We were like, and he's looking in my eyes. We're staring at each other. And he just looked at me. That's it. He just looked at me in my eyes. And he kind of like smiled. And he stayed there for, and I mean, I don't know what it was, because I'm not one of these people, like, I don't care what kind of clout you have. I don't care if you could be the biggest star on the face of the earth, all right? And you're no different than me. At the end of the day, you're no different than me. So I don't get caught up in that fandom or any of that. You know, I'm not about that stuff. So I don't know. I've met a few famous people. I've met a few famous people. My reaction is always just kind of like, hey, you know, hey, maybe he did. I don't. It was an interest. It was a. It was the weirdest moment. I still don't know it. I still don't know what it meant. It was this. He came down from the balcony. He made a beeline. He went right toward me. He's standing. We're face to face. And we, like, our eyes locked on each other. And we just sat there. And it was friendly. It wasn't like, you know. And it wasn't like, oh, Jello. You know, that would never be me anyway. But it was just this moment. I don't know. It's just like something connected there. Well, I mean, eyes are the windows of the soul. I don't know. Maybe it was that. Maybe he did know that I knew who he was and he knew who I was. I don't know. Yeah, but he lingered. And it was weird because we had that moment and then he stayed in the periphery and we kind of like, I don't know what it was about. I don't know what it was about. Anyway, it was an interesting moment. Yeah, well, I mean, ego, you know, you do run into that. You run into that even when they're not rock stars, okay? Where they think that they're somehow, you know, they deserve special treatment or I'm somebody because I have a guitar and I get up on stage. It's like, no, you're just like everybody else, man. I've never been drawn into that, but then again, like my dad's a musician. I've been around musicians my whole life, you know. And so it's just kind of like, yeah, whatever, you know. I love musicians. I do. I love musicians. I'm a musician, you know, and I'm a singer and I play guitar and I'm learning guitar and learning more every day. Yeah. I had to bring it in. I don't know. Today's drop-in has been really kind of cool. I kind of had fun with today, even though it had its moments, right? It had its unsavory moments, but it's interesting because I feel like it's more just like we're kind of like hanging out. We're just kind of like hanging out and talking. There's the stuff that came in, the cards came in and stuff, but I'm just having like a little social drop-in time with you all, just having a little hangout time. Yeah, it was a really interesting moment. Actually, I went with my friend Jen Ray. She'd never even had heard of the dead Kennedy. She didn't know who Jello Biafra was. She knew nothing about the Guantanamo School of Medicine. She'd never even been to a punk show. And I was like, oh, come on, you gotta go with me. We gotta go together. And she loved it. And it was so fun because, I mean, I was grown when I went. This was not that long ago. Let me see. How old was I when I went to this show? I want to say I was like, I don't know, 45 or something. I went to see this show, something like that. Anyway, she'd never been to a show. And, you know, of course, it hits the point, you know, when Jello came on, everybody really started, you know, mosh pit was going. Everybody's out there having a good time. And she was like, what's this? What's this? I'm like, you want to go in? And she's like, yeah, let's do it. And she had so much fun. It was a really good show. So awesome. Oh my gosh. I love that show. It's one of the best shows I've seen in a long time. Weird side note. I don't know why we went down that road. Why did we go down? The anarchy piece. Okay, we come back around. But really, the anarchistic thing right now, if you think about it, if you think about all the things that like frustrate you in society, right? If you want to know what anarchy would be, you just have to look at the opposite, okay? So you feel like the healthcare system is really screwed and people don't have what they need. Well, what would be anarchy? Like free healthcare for all? How could we make that possible? I mean, maybe not all of it could be free, right? Of course, like there has to be some kind of exchange of energy. And that's when we get into the economic piece, right? So we have to start exploring ideas, which we're going to start exploring all this stuff here. And we're going to do like brainstorming around it. But, you know, that would be the solution, like making healthcare accessible to everybody. So you don't have this picture where it's like the haves, the have-nots. It's something that these resources are available for everybody, right? Pumpkin snow cherries is something to witness. I'll have to check it out. You know, it's about working with these energies in a new way, but progressive. To be destructive, to be violent is not progressive. It's regressive. It's the opposite, you know? So this is where people can't get caught up in identity. And it's interesting in particular with punk and that and anarchy and all that and the way it all comes in place. Like people adopt this identity and they're like, oh yeah, anarchy, cool. Oh yeah, destruction. Oh yeah. It's like, and you're totally, you know, programmed. You may as well be a bot right now, because that's exactly what the media has programmed it to be. And I love how that song, Riot, exemplifies that so much. Riot, the unbeatable high. Riot, shoot your nerves to the high. Riot, you know, it's like tomorrow, you know, tomorrow you're homeless. Tonight it's a blast. It's fun while it lasts. Oh yeah, you get to blow off your steam. You get to destroy your own community. You get to just plunder your own resources. You get to screw yourselves. And now what do you got? And you played right into their hands. And it's the same thing. That's the energy around it. And to be an anarchist is not about that, because that's to be programmed by the establishment. It's to be programmed by this structure that keeps things in this category of us versus them. It doesn't move into the broad expansion that we would if we focused more on permaculture and community gardens and figuring out how to make resources that support life, that everybody should have resources in these areas, access to, right? Available to everybody. Everybody should be able to have a home. You know what I'm saying? Everybody should have the healthcare support they need. Everybody should have the ability to have food to eat. Like these are just the basic fundamental needs of life. And the fact that there's so many people in the world who have so much, and there's so many people that are oppressed and they're struggling and they're having to give so much of that away to those who have so much, is an inequity and an injustice. And it's out of balance. But you don't resolve that by then being like them, because then you're just bringing forward the same kind of energy. So you don't go and try to strong arm your way. You don't go and move into violence. You do the opposite. So you go, okay, this is the current system. We got to start to unravel it. And we got to do that in creative ways. So we got to think of new ways to develop our own grassroots economies. You know, you hear this thing all the time. People always talk about, oh, everything's going digital currency, everything's going, you know, on that level. It's like, yeah, if we wanted to, if we let it. If we let it. That's up to you. You don't have to. You don't have to. You can start forming communities. You know, you can start forming communities of people. Let's only deal in cash with each other. Let's stop going to corporations. Let's stop ordering stuff online. We don't have to order stuff through Amazon. We don't. Will it cost a little more money at first? Yeah. But that can start to shift too. You know, you have to first start working within the framework, though. You can't just go, well, down with capitalism, let's just destroy it. Okay, it's gone. No, it doesn't work like that. That throws things into all-out chaos, mayhem, and every man for himself mentality where nothing can be cohesive. There's no strong foundation in that. Nothing can come forward in that. And that's what we're looking at right now with Pluto and Capricorn. It's like, you got to think about the foundation. So even as you move into expansion, you have to start looking at these ideas of like, okay, how can I start to move into this expansion and in this more fluidity within the current oppressive framework? And that's how it starts to shift. So when we think of oppression, we think of that darkness, right? That's how we start to build the light in this realm. And how do we build it? We build it creatively. And that's the thing that always frustrates me so much, you know, with these identities, you know, and the attachment to the labels and everything that's come in, you know? And especially when we're looking at something like punk, it's like, can we bring back more of a focus in punk where it's actually about spreading a legit message about how to find the way through? Because creativity and having a platform like that, like having a voice, you know, that can really be utilized in such a way to like turn people on, wake people up, activate things, that's powerful. And a lot of this revolutionary energy that's coming in is really meant to be channeled in that way through creative channels, progressively creative channels, all right? And thinking of new ideas to start to just shift the current framework. All right, it's already falling. So as it's falling, oh, this piece, okay, this piece fell here. Why don't we try to use it to brace this over here? You know? Oh, well, we lost a screw there. What else can we? Oh, you got a zip tie. Let me like, you know what I'm saying? It's about just kind of looking at different ways that we can innovate and build within what is currently collapsing, so that we can start to, you know, repair what's broken and bring things together in a new way. So we really need to move more within this energy, within this framework. Do you see this all came in with Discordianism? Now do you understand the energy of Discordianism a little bit? It's that energy of just being able to go into these ideas and not having to have the answers, right? But just exploring, opening your mind. Hello, Vicky. It's so good to see you. So I think this is a good place to bring up the final two things that I had written down while I was coloring. I was coloring this, and while I was coloring this, I was listening to some talks on Neville Goddard. That's what led me to this. So I was kind of killing two birds with one stone, you know, I was focused on two things at once. But this is interesting. So there's sort of like these, I don't even know what this was supposed to be. It was just, I don't know if these were supposed to be bushes or what, but they're at the bottom of the roller coaster, and they were just like sort of like these empty formations. And I drew all these little like characters within them, and I wrote phrases with them. This figure here, it's two people mashed together in one, and somebody's coming at them sideways. So it's almost like they've taken on somebody else's ideology, and they look very sad about it. And this other person looks like they're kind of rolling their eyes like, oh, when will you get it my way? You know, it's this kind of energy. And I wrote on it, 2 heads are better than 1, you know, question mark, exclamation point. So this is also about like free your mind from other people's judgments, free your mind from other people's ideas about who they think you should be, or how you think other people will view what you do, or if you talk about something and they kind of like roll their eyes at it, or they think it's ridiculous, or they put it down, or they call you a tinfoil hat wearer, whatever it may be. It doesn't matter. Is it really good for you to take on somebody else's viewpoint? I mean, yes, I am, but you are still you. You still have individuality in this life and your own creative expression of that energy. So this is about sort of like reclaiming that. And then we have this, we have this figure here. They're kind of like, whoa, you know, it reminds me of like, oh no, Mr. Bill kind of energy. Now I think of Mr. Bill. And Mr. Bill always ended up getting destroyed in some way. Not all of you will even understand the Mr. Bill reference, but you know, those of you who do, you know that Mr. Bill would always end up getting like smashed, rolled over, flattened. Something would always happen to Mr. Bill. And so I feel like there is a lot of people out there too that they're starting to have these new ideas. They're moving into this expansion, and it's feeling a little bit like, oh, I don't know how to quite, you know, this is like rocking my world a bit. I don't know how to move forward with all of this happening internally. And with this one, I wrote, my brain is expanding. And for some reason, I made this one a duck, and under it, I wrote quack logic. Okay. And then you got like, this character is just sitting over here like, oh God, I don't even want to get on this ride. Oh, maybe these are the people that are in line to get on the roller coaster. They still got to find their tickets so they can go for this ride. So maybe this is some of what's holding them up. All right. And over here, of course, at the top of the big top, I got the flag and I wrote freak inside that flag to let your freak flag fly. En Vogue. What song is that? What En Vogue song are you talking about? I don't know which En Vogue song you're talking about. Which one? I gotta know. Drop it. Drop it so I know what En Vogue song you're talking about. This energy is really wild, though, obviously, okay? I don't know why all this came in, but it wanted to come in, and this was sort of a really, well, I mean, this was a free-flowing drop-in live. We did a little tarot. We did a little white light oracle. We did a little Reiki. We had an interaction with a troll. We had a little cyber warfare. We had some distraction. We talked anarchy, punk, like this one. I think this is kind of good, though. It sort of like exemplifies the energy that's in play right now. This is the energy. And you see, we used it as a time to free your mind and the rest will follow. Yep. Be colorblind. Don't be so shallow. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, man. You know? Yeah, free your mind. You know? That makes me think of Redemption song. None but ourselves can free our own mind, right? None but us. As long as you feel like somebody else is controlling you or has power over you or whatever, you're that much farther from getting free because you keep putting the solution outside of yourself. You know, only we can free our own minds. We know that, right? So, whew, I'm at 4:15, 4:16 on the dot. Okay, so I've gone a long time. My voice is starting to give out on me. And I do want to make sure that I'm going to do the reading today that I promised. I really wanted to finish this out. So there's a few of you, okay? There's a few of you at Broad Coven. Some of you originally on Facebook, but at one point, right before I left Facebook, there were a couple people who gave donations. And I said I wanted to thank you all by doing a reading for you guys. And that was a collective reading that I wanted to give for you, okay? So what I'm going to start doing from this moment forward as time goes on is every week, if there's donations, sometimes there's not, you know, sometimes there's weeks that go by and there's no donations, nothing, but sometimes they come in. So what I'm going to start doing here is every week, if there's been donations in that week, whether people donate to Cobra's Medicine Bag to support free Ayurvedic healthcare for all, and for me to be able to continue to, all of those courses are going to continue to be free that are free right now, right? But I really would love to be able to, in the future, be able to expand on the offerings. I do want to be able to nominate, you know, like a person or have the community nominate a person who's maybe struggling with a major health issue or something once a year that I can go and do Panchakarma with, and for that person to be able to receive and not have to pay. All right. I'm like a lot of you out there, okay? I'm not in a position yet, okay, where I'm able to do that. When I am in the position to just be like, here you go, I will be. But right now it takes a village, okay, as most things do when we're trying to get something new started, something organized. So when you give donations to Cobra's Medicine Bag, you bring in a certain level of support that allows me to continue to build these things out and bring more free things forward, right? And that's one of my goals, is to make Panchakarma accessible to somebody. You know, once a year I want to pick a recipient for Panchakarma. Panchakarma is a huge financial output, all right? Just in terms of coming up with medicines to make, getting a team of practitioners to be available, getting the space to do it. Like, there's so much that goes into it, okay? So those of you who donated to Cobra's Medicine Bag, you also support things like this, and you support things that allow me to bring in new courses, more things. You support work furthering there, all right, on that level. And it's really beautiful. That does become necessary at a certain point. If the community felt like, wow, doing Panchakarma every time the season rolls around, this is really productive, this really helps me, I could continue to do that. But again, that requires support. Why does it require support? It requires support because it's a lot of time to hold this space. It's a lot of time. And it's time that detracts me from being able to work with client load. All right. So I don't mind doing that, but it's hard to do it as a maintainable thing without support, right? You know what I'm saying? As far as free resources. So when we're looking at stuff like this, we have to look at coming together as a community. And I'm not just talking about my funnel for it, but others of you who are doing that kind of work in the world where you're providing free resources. You know that in order to keep things going, it does require community support. And that's where you get beyond the dividing lines of the haves, the have-nots, like those who can do and those who can't can receive. And they can get to a place where soon they can do too. You know what I'm saying? It's how you work within the spirit. And as much as I can, I do that in my own sector of the world. But I have to look at what I can be responsible for. So I just want to create that distinction for those in terms of those people who've donated to Cobra's Medicine Bag. That's what it's for. It's so I can bring in more Ayurvedic resources. It's so I can continue maybe beyond this year. If the community feels like it's valuable, we can continue to move in this direction and do, you know, yearly. We can move through the cycles of the doshas and bring in new lives and things like that. But I have to balance it out because look at this, you know, I'm almost going 5 hours here. It's 5 hours of my time. It's 5 hours that I could be earning a living elsewhere. And I don't mind doing it. I love doing it. But I have to look realistically, right? Because I live in this structure, just like you all, right? So for those of you who have donated to Cobra's Medicine Bag, thank you very much, because you're really helping to build my vision, which I would like to expand on. I'd like it to be more than just like, here's these Ayurvedic courses that are always free for you. I would like to give more. I'd like to have it grow into being more. And that's what your donations support. So to those of you who have supported Cobra's Medicine Bag, thank you. And those of you who support Broad Coven with donations, thank you. You know, I really do appreciate it. It's an energy exchange, and it's nice to receive that. It makes me feel like you're appreciating what's being brought forward. But beyond that, it also allows me to bring in more stuff here that better serves the channel. Better equipment, you know, better quality, you know, technologically of what I can bring to the table that will just enhance the experience for all of you. More decks that I can buy to get more diversified readings. And some of you have donated decks. Some of you have donated other things that help to enhance the channel, all of that stuff. So for those of you who have made donations, okay, each week that I receive those, when there are donations received, whether it's through a super thanks or whether it's through, you know, my Venmo link or the Cobra's Medicine Bag link here at Broad Coven, I will do a collective read for that week of all the people that have donated that week. Tonight, what I'm doing is I'm doing a collective read for everybody that's donated up to this point. And it is a very small collective, okay? So it's pretty much playing out just like it would on a weekly basis, all right? So the nice thing about that is it makes me feel like I get to give you all something back, those who have donated, just to, in a tangible way, say thank you and give you your own read. And since you're a small collective, it makes it a much more personal read for you. So I am going to follow through, and I'm going to do that. So that will be coming out next, and then I'll be all caught up with everything that I was supposed to get out to you all this week, and I feel really good about that. I wanted to catch up on those bonus reads that were due. All right, so we will have the November bonus reads coming in, and everybody gets the bonus read, because what we're going to do is we're going to do a cross-watcher read, and it'll just be for the whole community, since there wasn't really a set series read for judging who would get November's read. So what we'll do is we'll go through each sign and we'll give a reading for each sign, okay? It'll be done in one big thing, all right? Might be, I don't know, maybe it could be one live. I don't know. I'll figure out how it plays out. I'm not going to decide that now. But what we'll do is we'll look at each sign from the cross-watcher's perspective. So you'll know what are the cross-watchers thinking about each of your signs. And I think it'll be a little fun and just a little lightness and a little levity and a little play and a little interesting. We'll have a good time with it, okay? So that'll be coming in for November, and I'll figure out what reading series we're going to use to gauge for December who gets that bonus read. I'm also going to be bringing in very soon here. I need to bring it in pretty quickly here. Very Godmother Lovers Incorporated, which is my new branch of Fairy Godmothers Incorporated, which I used to have going on. I'm bringing in a little bit different of a spirit, a little bit more active, a little bit more community oriented, with really practical things. I'm really going to get it organized as more of a movement. And it's all about helping lift up the community, forming community, getting out there, bringing some magic forward in the world, building the light in the world, and how you can take a part of that and doing it in a role-playing way. And we're going to have a lot of fun, and I'm really excited about it. So that'll be coming in the next couple of weeks, as well as memberships, resources, all different kinds of things. So anywho, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you who have supported the channel in whatever way you can. And I really want to make it clear that if you haven't donated, that's okay too. And if you're not in the position, that's okay too. All right. I just really want to acknowledge the people who've done that because it's a really big support. I absolutely appreciate all the support, whether it's tuning in for a live, whether it's dropping comments, whether you share something, you give a thumbs up, you subscribe. All of that means a lot to me. It all is very appreciated. I value it. I value all of you. And I'm just really grateful that we're all coming together here and we're navigating our way through this territory during these unusual times, these unknown times, these revolutionary times. And thank you for being part of it and for joining me on this long, winding road. I think it leads to good things. I have a lot of optimism. I know there's a lot of doom and gloomers out there in the world, but I don't feel that. I think that we can really turn it around. More than ever, I see people waking up and looking at things differently and wanting to pull together and wanting to get beyond the division. And I think as soon as we start to have that big of a wave of change of consciousness, we can get it right this time. It doesn't have to be a repeat of the 60s all over again. This time we can really reclaim it. All right. So have a beautiful day. And after a little break, I'm going to hop on and I'm going to do that collective read for all of you who have donated. And I look forward to giving you that back and pouring back into you for pouring into me. Thank you so much. Love all of you and have a good one.